What is happening out there, rotoscouts football fans? Guys enjoying this chaotic basketball slate already? That was a fun one. Should be enjoyable. We'll probably waste like an hour of this show, which is already way too long. Just trying to get basketball lineups that are for the slate that's already started updated. Projections updated as things continue to change throughout the night. But what a fun start to this basketball slate. How are we doing out there, gang? Speaking of basketball, Kyrie Irving hates you and your family, and I have proof. What a disaster of a slate for Kyrie Irving last night. 80-something% owned on FanDuel. Took down most of the slate with him. That was an ugly one. But we're here to talk football. Week 13. How fast does the NFL season go every single year? I mean, it is just the fall, the winter, the holiday season and everything. I guess it all just whips by in a hurry anyway. But every year we just get to we're almost in playoff season already. The entire season just whips by so fast. Only 13 weeks, only 13 data points for each of these players. That's why I like to get into a lot of the specifics, why I don't like to, really focus on, I think some of what I'm saying, the advanced metrics for football, much as I love them for baseball. I think for football, we're a little bit small sample focused on a lot of this stuff. So it gets interesting around this time of year. The projections have been dialed in the last few weeks. Hopefully that's a good sign for this week. We've got some killer looking opportunities on the board this week if we're going by that. Mr. Tua Tagovailoa basically breaking the model. I quoted Ghostbusters in the Discord. Buried the needle. We're close on this one. I can feel it. Kind of liking that Tua spot. All his weapons are healthy. Should be an interesting one. But there's a lot on the board this week. Should be a good one to go through. Got everything prepared. We don't have Sims run for this one. I think we did do Sims at the end of last week's show, but probably not going to get into Sims for this one. But I'll drop stuff in the Discord. We'll talk about Sims in the Discord, and I'll include some information as usual in the various articles and everything. We'll definitely get into how the picks are looking. Everything's up on the site. Projections are up. They need an update. They were done this morning at 6 a.m. was the final version that went up there. But there's a couple guys. I've already noted Zach Pascal's out. I got to update the Indy tight end guys. Marquise Goodwin's out. I think I have him in. A couple other pieces. So, as usual, some Saturday night tweaks will go on. We'll catch all the news. There's still some key guys questionable. We'll make sure that all that gets updated. The groups article is up there. The stack rankings, that'll all get updated. All the individual player rankings are up there. That'll all get updated tonight. And then we'll write up first thing in the morning usually. Somewhere between 6 to 8 a.m., somewhere in that range, is when I knock out the above-below once we've got everything this is what the slate's really going to look like. And as I was saying yesterday, patting myself on the back a little bit, if you will, that above-below article the last couple of weeks been pretty solid. That thing has been absolutely crushing the last couple of weeks. There's some hits and misses, obviously, but the majority of those calls have been on the plus side, and definitely made some money with it last week. I think our pal Cubs fan definitely took a look at it last week and turned in a profitable one. So make sure you're checking that out Sunday mornings. With that in mind, 7 people here hanging out so far to get us started. Cujo Blues here. Appreciate you, buddy. I'm doing well tonight. Obviously feeling quite a bit better than I did yesterday with the allergies killing me yesterday. But like I said, it was a lot nicer today. It wasn't raining. Got warm here in Jersey. But just one day, they're there, knocked me out. Next day, feeling totally fine. It's just completely bizarre. But yeah, it wasn't a pleasant evening last night. Even after the show, I just got out, crashed on the couch. What did I watch? One of the games on. Then I had I rewatched the new Indiana Jones. Was on Disney Plus now, so I rewatched that. But yeah, kind of out of it. Just not feeling great last night, but woke up feeling great today. And been enjoying an afternoon of getting projections done, getting NBA lineups done. Seth Hader says no Ohtani or Soto for the Yankees. We'll see about the Soto side of that. I was talking about it in the Discord. Was that? Oh, that was you, Seth. that mentioned it in the Discord. I don't think it's just hung up on King. I saw that tweet that came out last night and when the news broke, and I quote tweeted it and said, like, what does he need a ride to the airport for King? But they also have Drew Thorpe, the kid who won the Pitcher of the Year last year in the minor leagues and was really, really good and looks like one of these very high-end, high strikeout rate kind of kids. So I get why they're hesitant to put both those kids in it, but like I said in the Discord, if it's me, that deal's done already. You guys know what I think of Juan Soto. But I wouldn't count the Yankees out on that one. They realize that, I think, anyway, that Soto is the guy that they need. So I imagine the real, not a stopping point, but I think it was probably go see what you can get, come back, we'll talk. Hopefully they don't just go out and accept whatever deal they can get. Hopefully. Thank you, Cujo. Appreciate it, buddy. So let's get into some of this. Oops. I hit the stop share button instead of the open window button. Could have set this up a little bit better before the show started, but as you probably noticed, and as I was saying, will happen again, got to get some NBA projections updated immediately before the show. Had to make a bunch of lineup changes. And I'm just looking at Underdog to make sure that we're good still on those. Yeah, still good. We've got another 20 minutes before any 8:30 news comes out. But if you missed it, Kyrie out, Josh Green was out, Timmy Hardaway Jr. was out. Obviously created a little bit of tumult in that Dallas rotation. And then we also had a couple pieces of news in Phoenix that got kind of overlooked by that with Devin Booker game time decision, Eric Gordon out. So I had to make some of those changes real quick. Derrick Rose out. Did I have? I think I had that. Sorry. You're going to have to deal with this for just the beginning of this show, but I just got to make sure that, yeah, Derrick Rose I had out. Anything else? Alvarado I had out. Eric Gordon's out. I got that. Ooh, Zara Williams. I don't think I had him out. Yes, I did. All right. Sweet. We are ahead of the game. I shouldn't have said that. All right. So let's look at football, at least for a little bit. It's an interesting one. We've got a couple really solid looking games. Some games that should be fun to watch. Obviously, we're ignoring that one up at the top and this one down at the bottom. The San Francisco-Philly game. Or are these two down at the bottom? Or is it? No, Cleveland's on. Or are they? I'm losing my mind. They are. Maybe we should start on this tab. Or I shouldn't put the primetime games on here. So we're looking at these games. So the San Francisco-Philly game, obviously, is going to be kind of a highlight game in terms of just a lot of eyeballs watching it. Big two, class teams, potential conference championship showdown type game. That's not news. 47.5 point total, only a 3-point spread there. Philly underdogs at home is kind of interesting, even to San Francisco. San Francisco's an excellent team, obviously, and probably a little bit better than Philly on the back of a little bit better of a defense. But that's interesting. And I think that's every reason to believe that the ridiculous number of excellent skill players in that game, the two very good quarterbacks in that game. Obviously, Philly's quarterback is the higher end guy, but Brock Purdy, as we've talked about a bunch, gets lifted to pretty decent fantasy scores by a lot of his teammates. So we can expect a ton of scoring in this one. We're not breaking any news there. People in that game are going to be highly owned. I do think it's worth exploring how to get into some, alternative pieces of that game. Anybody who comes through that's at all viable in that game that looks a little bit low owned could be an interesting piece to just, put into a lineup as a lower cost guy that could really lever a lineup up if he happens to be the guy who catches the touchdown pass, the the big play and a touchdown, whatever it is in that game. So a lot to work with here, just foundationally. A lot to work with here, hopefully around the edges. Denver and Houston, plenty of points on the board there. A lot of skill on Houston's side. Russ Wilson showing a great projection on the Denver side. Got some decent weapons to work with, so I think we're targeting this one a little bit. I mentioned at the top of the show, Tua Tagovailoa, just breaking the model. I had to put my finger on it a little bit to kind of normalize things for him, but looks absolutely fantastic in that spot. And as I keep going back to, Sam Howell and that Washington passing attack, I don't see any real reason they can't hang with Miami, at least for a little bit. Miami can run away from anybody with their incredible speed, and they might just go out there and score touchdowns on the first 4 possessions and put the game away. But Washington does have skill on the offensive side of the ball, so that one could stay interesting through the first half, could support a decent amount of scoring. 49.5 point total obviously is incredibly appealing. A couple of clunkers. The Falcons and the Jets at 34. Carolina, Tampa Bay at 36. No real appeal there. The Chargers in New England, at least the Chargers have some high-end talent. There's the idea that New England could succeed against that terrible defense, but they've just been so bad all year that I don't really want to go in that direction. But I'll probably end up with some Chargers. I think the Lions-New Orleans game's pretty interesting. 47-point total. Good skill players again on both sides. 2 solid mid-type quarterbacks. What are they, 10th, 12th ranked type guys? If you were just making a list off the top of your head. Before you got to Derek Carr, Jared Goff, I think we'd have about that many quarterbacks. Indy, Tennessee, we've got the Zach Moss value problem, obviously. No Jonathan Taylor in that one. Seth Purdy or Wilson, DK Cash. Let's see. I don't know what the ownership looks like, so that's obviously a critical component of cash games. Purdy, DK points is at 20, and we're saying or Russ, right? Seattle. Fuck Seattle. Oh, why am I saying Seattle? Denver. This is where my brain is. Takes a second sometimes. Denver 19. So out just in a pure projection sense, Purdy's a little bit ahead. Again, in terms of quarterback talent, I kind of lean Russ, but the skill players obviously favor Purdy. So I think you could just go that direction. Cash game wise, as long as it makes sense with how the popularity of the field looks, as long as it makes sense fitting into the correct build stream, for lack of a better way to term it. I think that's perfectly fine. But I haven't really looked at cash or anything with ownership or anything like that. Let's get into some of these. We'll do the usual top-down quick look, and then we'll take the team-by-team approach. Kyler Murray with some weapons to work with. I never mind going there. There's plenty of skill there. It's a 40.5 point total, though. There's 6-point dogs to Pittsburgh. Vegas does not like this Arizona team at all. I think the Arizona I took defenses off the board before when I was making the notes. I think the Arizona defense against Pittsburgh is actually kind of interesting as just a value dart. They're 3,100 on FanDuel. They're 2,900 on DraftKings. I think they scored 1 point defensively the other day in their last game, but I think the week before that they had like 10 on FanDuel. It's perfectly viable. Defense is pretty much a crapshoot. And if we're picking and choosing bad teams to take a bad defense against, I think Pittsburgh falls on that list. They've obviously been a little bit better. They've seen a little bit of production out of the backfield. The quarterback and the wide receivers have connected a little bit more. But I think their defense is maybe a little bit in play. And I can take some stacks against the Pittsburgh defense that ranks 18th against the pass, 6.6 yards per pass attempt, 25th, 4.4 yards per rush attempt. There should be plenty of opportunity for Kyler Murray, James Conner, Trey McBride, Hollywood, Greg Dortch, Rondale Moore. These various guys. Maybe, some Dortch and Moore and, to a lesser extent, Hollywood for where his price is. Some Trey McBride probably at the tight end position. The various skill players might creep into my lineups more than the stack does. But I think Arizona's at least a little bit viable in that game. Atlanta, I just hate this game overall. I think the Jets defense, like I've been talking about all year long, is a little bit underappreciated. 19th against the run, 4.2 yards per rush attempt, but 6th against the pass, 5.8 yards per pass attempt. And this Atlanta offense has just been flat, bad. Des Ridder at quarterback, there's not really much appeal. He's getting outscored by his running back in projections. Bijan Robinson still deals a little bit with Tyler Algier being there. Drake London, Kyle Pitts haven't really delivered big games. Kyle Pitts got chewed up a little bit by Jonnu Smith. The down depth chart receivers aren't all that appealing. Low total. Close point spread. Maybe you get a little bit of a fist fight. But in the sense of like a 20-17 game that doesn't really have much DFS scoring unless one guy happens to do all the scoring. Seth likes Bijan Robinson. Look, the kid's got a ton of talent. I take nothing off the table from that kid. I've watched him play. The skill is obviously there. So far this season, 4.9 yards per rush attempt, carrying the ball 12.5 times a game, 61 yards per game. 3 rushing touchdowns has been a little concerning. They haven't really fed him the ball a ton. He's picked them up in more recent games. We'll look at the game logs in a little bit. 3.2 yards before contact, 1.7 yards after contact per attempt. He's an excellent running back. He's also a good receiver. 3 receiving touchdowns, 3 red zone targets. Sees 4.3 targets a game. I just wish that he was a pure, secured, 20, 22 touches with his talent, which he should be, especially with the draft capital they've got him. Wouldn't surprise me. The Jets D, little bend don't break there, though. So I think it could be a day where, give him his 12.5, call it 15 touches. Maybe he exceeds his yardage average. Maybe he gets up close to 100 yards. They're allowing 140 a game, 4.2 per attempt, but only 0.64 touchdowns on the ground per game. Only 10 on the season. Excuse me, that's 10. That's 10 games. 0.64 rushing touchdowns per game. So it's a little bend don't break when it comes to the run. And then they're really good against the pass. So I don't know. I think there are better spots to rely on than the Atlanta rush game. But I do like the kid's talent. No doubt about it. Speaking of better spots to rely on, Carolina, not overly appealing. They're going up against the defense that ranks 5th against the run, 3.7 yards per rush attempt. Plenty of opportunity for the passing game, but it's really not coming through very much in projections. Maybe go a little bit of Adam Thielen. Pick him up in other lineups where you're not getting Bryce Young along for the ride. I don't really think you even downstream like DJ Sharks and Jonathan Mingo's other than complete dart throws, really. They project out just, okay against a bad pass defense, and it all just rides on Bryce Young, who just flat has not been good. It's obviously a franchise in total disarray. New coaching regime, we'll see what it brings in terms of the play calling, in terms of the way that they deploy these players. But right now, we got to keep them down here, and I really don't see much appeal in going to Carolina. Cleveland, just kind of odds and ends. They're going up against a weak Rams defense. 17th ranked 4.1 yards per rush attempt. 20th ranked 6.6 yards per pass attempt. Rams are favored by 4, just a 40.5 point total. Not a ton of scoring expected in this game. It's Joe Flacco at the quarterback position. That is not, as I wrote in the group's article, that is not Joe Flacco Jr. That is not the son of the former Joe Flacco. That is actual Joe Flacco. Alive and well. But I don't expect much. We haven't expected much out of Cleveland overall. Maybe he connects with Amari. Maybe he connects with David Njoku. I wouldn't obviously take those guys out of the pool by any means. But they're not going to be priority plays. Maybe they go a little under the radar. Do we award Flacco after a year of not playing, basically? When's the last time you played? His game log was entirely 2022. Week 14 of last year? No, week 18 of last year. He threw 33 passes. Completed 18 of them for 149 yards. I don't really need to take shots with Cleveland, I don't think. A couple of the skill players here and there are fine. As I said, this one is supportable. Russ obviously getting a very strong projection. The model likes Russ this week. He's not expensive. Overall, the stack ranks 14th by points on both sites, but by value, it's first on DraftKings, 7th on FanDuel. Russ is very cheap on the DraftKings slate, $5,700. $74 on FanDuel comparatively, a lot more expensive. Cortland Sutton overtaking Jerry Jeudy is the top receiving option, but both those guys are very playable. Marvin Mims is a little bit more of a dart throw. You've got Javonte as a lead running back there. Houston favored only by 3 at home, so just basically getting the home field advantage, 47-point total. Vegas likes this one to be close, a little bit of a shootout. I think I can land there. Touched on this one, another game with a 47-point total. Gotta like that one. I like Jared Goff. I'll keep on going back there. He projects out just fine. I love that he's got a weapon like Amon-Ra St. Brown and then another one like Sam Laporta to work with. The dual-headed running back game there is problematic in terms of figuring it out, projecting it. They've both been getting theirs, but it does take a little bit of touchdown equity away from the passing game. If you hit that passing game on the right week, though, there's very, very big upside, and it's not that popular most weeks. So I think there's maybe an angle in on the Detroit passing game. That said, they're going up against a very good pass defense. I usually don't like targeting this New Orleans pass defense. 5.9 yards per pass attempt, ranks 7th. So maybe it is another just Jahmyr Gibbs, David Montgomery, shares here, shares there, try and figure it out. 67, 77, 65, 78 across sites. The sites don't really know where the action's going to be either. They're both priced effectively and probably correctly. But I do like the weapons in this pass game. I mean, Amon-Ra is excellent. Samuel Laporta is excellent. I like Jamison Williams. Josh Reynolds and Khalif Raymond, I think, are very good, cheap downstream receivers. A lot to work with in Detroit. Same with Houston. CJ's obviously been fantastic. Projects for another great week. This Denver defense has been weird to project against. They've been broken completely and just totally shattered by the other team a couple times this season. And then they've held their own a couple times with teams like the Chiefs. So who knows what to really expect here. They still don't rank out well in terms of the overall season numbers, although this has pulled itself together from 32nd ranked up to 28th. But I just think we're expecting some scoring in this game. 47-point total, 3-point spread again. CJ, Tank Dell, Nico Collins, the running back tandem now of Devin Singletary and Dameon Pierce. Robert Woods, also Noah Brown, I believe, is questionable. Not projected. He's another guy I got to get added in. I think he's just questionable, right? Oh, while I'm doing that, it's 8:26. Devin Booker available to play. Haywood Highsmith headed to the locker room for anybody who got him into lineups. No other news. All right, so Devin Booker playing is very good for us. Not Devin. And it's 8:26. You guys liking the notes? Is that on the NBA projections? Is that worth my time and effort to put those in? For those of you who use the NBA projections or look at them and refer to them during the day, I've always thought that was something that was missing from people's efforts with projections. Was all right. Some crazy news just broke, and you just changed a bunch of projections. And you changed it for that team, but I didn't memorize what the previous projections were, and now I still lack that context for what that change was, unless I happen to watch the show. So I try and at least, I put the, right now it's just kind of the in and out notes, but hopefully at a certain point I'll be able to say, all right, this guy's out, it means this, or this guy's out, bump to this guy. But at least I'm trying to provide like the what changed immediately all in one spot, so you don't have to like check the projections, check back against the news. So hopefully that's working out for people. Anyway, back to football, I think. Yeah. So a lot to work with for Houston. Both sides of that one, there's reasonable if you're into, we had a decent discussion in the chat the other day about bring back plays. If you're into that sort of a thing, I think there's decent bring back plays on both sides of that game. Problematic Zach Moss. Don't know what his ownership is on DraftKings. At 4,600, it probably doesn't matter. You can just play him. He's a great piece of value this week. Should be stepping into 20 touches at least. 4,600 is a just ridiculously good price. 5,600 on FanDuel. Excellent price. He's helping float the overall value of this team. They ranked 9th by projections on DK, 4th by points per dollar, 8th on FanDuel, 3rd by points per dollar. Gardner Minshew's also very cheap. Michael Pittman's not all that expensive for his talent level. Josh Downs, Alec Pierce, reasonable dart throw type receivers. It's a Tennessee pass defense that's very vulnerable, by the way. If anything could go sideways in that game, it might just be that Zach Moss value. Just because Tennessee can stack up against the run a little bit. 7th ranked, allowing 3.9 yards per rush attempt so far this season. In terms of actual totals, 110 yards a game, 0.73 touchdowns a game. There's plenty of opportunity for Zach Moss. But if Indy just pivots into, we're going to throw the ball an additional 10 times this week, that could be potentially dangerous for those Zach Moss enthusiasts out there. But I think, again, clearly a very, very good piece of value. Justin Herbert, Austin Eckler, Keenan Allen. Top 3 options are excellent for the Chargers. Going up against a New England defense that ranks 2nd against the run, 3.4 yards per rush attempt, 17th, though, against the pass. And I'm fine with going to Austin Eckler against this defense. Star caliber player, guy like that, you can play against basically anybody. He's also got enough involvement in the passing game. And really, when I go to the Chargers, it's about Herbert, Keenan Allen, and then whoever else in this passing attack most weeks. So I'm perfectly fine with using them again here. 39-point total is not great. Chargers favored by 5. The scoring's favoring this side of the projections. So if we're really only focused on those 3 players with a smattering of the Jalen Guytons of the world, I think we're fine. Probably not a week to get like over the top involved with the Chargers, but having some, definitely a good idea. Having some Keenan Allen or Austin Eckler as individuals in other lineups, definitely appealing. The Rams, Kyron Williams projects well as an individual. Stafford and Puka, Stafford and Cooper Kupp. Cooper Kupp's not been the same performer over the last few weeks. Puka's been, floating through on good scores, not the crazy good scores that we saw at the beginning of the season. Higbee, capable of multiple touchdowns any given week. Tutu Atwell. Tutu probably needs a little bit of a haircut there. Jot that one down. Tutu PPR score. Tutu's probably picking up a reception or a reception and a half too much there on the DraftKings side. We'll adjust that one. So plenty to work with in LA. Stafford, a reasonable enough quarterback. But just going up against this Cleveland D, 2nd against the pass, 5.4 yards per pass attempt on the season, 15th against the run. Part of the reason that it's a 40.5 point total, their defense has been good this season, and it's been one that we haven't really thrown a lot of teams up against. I do think there's enough talent on the Rams to support the idea that they do a little bit of scoring here, but it's not a great situation. Low game total, kind of a spread between which one of these guys is going to get theirs. Oh, thanks, Power. Texas beat writer Aaron Wilson tweeted that his sources say he'll be available to play if warm-ups go smooth, expected to play for Noah Brown, which is fantastic. Just another weapon for Houston. Appreciate that note, bud. Let's actually jot that down so I remember to put him back in. I think I put him back in the groups article earlier, if I'm remembering the edit that I made. I intended to. I say I think because I don't remember if I actually ended up doing it in all the chaos of getting the NBA stuff updated, but I think I dropped them back into the groups article. I had to go in as I was writing it in a haze at like 6 o'clock this morning. I accidentally copy pasted a line and left Austin Eckler on so that he was on both the Rams and the Chargers in that groups article. Dennis pointed it out to me. So when I went in and changed that, I think I added Brown back in, but he's still not in the projections because, like I said, I got to get the projections updated. So the Rams look all right, but not great in a situational standpoint. Tua, breaking the model. Tyreek Hill, breaking the receiver model, basically. Those two guys, massive, massive appeal. First in points and first in value on the FanDuel slate, even though they're 8,400 and 10,000 respectively for the two of them. That's for these four guys. You could easily go, these two and Mostert instead of A-Chain. Both A-Chain and Mostert and Tyreek Hill all off the injury report fully. Everybody healthy. Going up against the Washington defense, allowing 4.4 yards per rush attempt, which ranks 26th, and 7.5 yards per pass attempt, which ranks 31st. Killer potential spot. The only hope is Washington hangs in a little bit and really forces them to really press the issue and put up a monster score here. Even if that doesn't happen, this team's kind of kept the throttle down for most of these games anyway. And they've got such breakaway talent that even if they're not trying to, even if they're trying to take their foot off the accelerator a little bit, the speed on this team can just get up and run away and accidentally break big plays. So I really just like this Miami team up and down. And I like that it's really concentrated on like these four guys. You can shake in some Braxton Berrios, fine. You can shake in some Durham Smythe, that's okay. Even a said Wilson Dart or two. But really, these are your four options. And I think you can play them in basically any combo. We saw the dual running back get there in a big, big way. Not that I think that's going to be the most often, most frequent result, but it has happened. Can't say it won't. But having these four as just like your concentrated group where they all look really good is incredibly appealing with that team. And I'm going to stop there because now I'm starting to sound like how I was talking about Kyrie Irving last night. Bailey Zappi taking the ball for the Patriots. They actually gave him the news a little bit ahead of Saturday night. This point last week, we didn't know who was starting for the Patriots still. Just a ridiculously run team this year. Don't know what Bill Belichick's doing. That said, kind of what I was referring to before, the Chargers allowing 7.5 yards per pass attempt, 30th ranked in football. Even these pathetic Patriots, no Demario Douglas in the passing game, so we'll be throwing to Devontae Parker, Juju Smith-Schuster, little Hunter Henry, Tyquan Thornton. Maybe there's a little bit of reason to believe probably better as individual players, just cheapo wide receiver, third wide receiver on a lineup where you need a cheap option. Maybe you can get there. But as I've said all through the season, this team is just kind of a list of receivers I didn't really want when they were with better teams. So not all that appealing. Ramondre, on and off through the season, has had appeal. 4 yards per rush attempt, that ranks 13th. They're nothing special against the run. Maybe you get there with Ramondre. He projects out fine. Not my favorite option, but playable because they're going up against a relatively inept defense. New Orleans against Detroit. We talked about the Detroit side of this one. It's kind of true for the New Orleans side as well. Mashing Kamara into the defensive front for Detroit. They're allowing 3.9 yards per rush attempt, ranks 8th. 6.7 yards per pass attempt, ranks 21st. Maybe a little bit more upside in the passing game. It is a 47-point total. You got Chris Olave. You've got the dual threat tight ends with Juwan Johnson acting as the actual tight end, and then Taysom Hill doing Taysom Hill things out there that are wildly unpredictable. No Rashid Shaheed this week. We're down to A.T. Perry, Lynn Bowden, Marquez Callaway. So more limited options than usual down the board with this team. But I think some reasonable enough dart throws in the passing game. Derek Carr plenty competent in the passing game. And then Kamara is playable just because it might be another week where we just see him pick up 12 targets out of the backfield and he gets there just on catching the ball. And if he breaks anything, obviously you're basically home. But it's not the greatest opportunity to run the ball. Oh, this Jets team. They're going up against an Atlanta defense that's actually pretty decent too. Atlanta ranks 10th and 11th, 3.9 yards per rush attempt, 6.2 yards per pass attempt. Tim Boyle, the experiment continues. 34-point total. Jets 2.5-point dogs in Atlanta. It continues to just be more about like I'll take my Garrett Wilson and Breece Hall shares where I get them, and there's really not that much more appealing here. Maybe a Tyler Conklin or two here and there as a cheap tight end option. 3,000 on DK has its appeal. But it's really limited on the Jets side. Garrett Wilson's been moderately productive. That's probably putting it unfairly. He's had a reasonably good season based on who he's had throwing him the ball. You can only imagine what he might have done with competent quarterback play. Seth says it's A-Chain season. I do not disagree, my friend. I think that's an interesting one. We'll get into some of the specifics in just a sec. Philly-San Francisco game. Obviously, tons and tons of appeal here. Philly ranks third on both sites by points, but they're 20th by value on DraftKings. They're very, very expensive. 11th by value on FanDuel. Simultaneously, San Francisco, a little bit better in terms of the points per dollar. Second and fifth, and second and second. I imagine a lot of that's Brock Purdy, 6,100, 7,800. Head-to-head with Jalen Hurts, 8,200, 900, or 9,000. That'll make a big, big difference. So that's why Philly looks a little bit worse in terms of the points per dollar value. But that just means you're playing these guys who are excellent alongside, some other guys who project equivalently for 1,000 less than the guys you might get with San Francisco. But Jalen's got amazing upside on his own. Multiple touchdowns through the air, multiple touchdowns on the ground. A.J. Brown and Devonta Smith are premium wide receivers. Pretty good pricing on Smith, too. 73, 77. That's not bad. DeAndre Swift, excellent running back option. 66, 67. Julio, as a dart throw, hasn't done much. Probably could stand to take a look at that one, too. Maybe knock a reception or a couple targets off of Julio. We'll see what's supporting that. But Olamide Zaccheaus as another dart throw option there. The tight end position is going to be a little bit more limited. We still got Dallas Goedert. I think he got upgraded to doubtful during the week, but doesn't seem like Goddard's going. Supposedly they're interested in bringing Zach Ertz back. Ertz was cut by Arizona, by the Cardinals. That was an inconvenient time for a Suns note to pop up on my phone as I was thinking about Arizona. So yeah, I think we've got plenty of options on both sides in that San Francisco Philly game. You can obviously structure stacks any way that you want with multiple scoring options from your stack. Bring back plays from the other side. Plenty of directions to go with that one. But the tight end position on the Philly side probably a little bit more, continues to be a little bit limited. Pittsburgh, I continue to not love this split backfield situation. All the reporting was that it was going to be Jalen week last week, and it kind of became Najee week last week, if I remember it correctly. We'll look at the numbers in a minute. Kind of a split situation between Deontay Johnson and George Pickens. Patty Freiermuth had the biggie. He was our focus in this passing attack last week. He was one of the key plays that we talked about last week. Paid off in a big way. I could see it coming right back to that. I really could. I do think he's a very high-end tight end. 4,300, 5,800, still very, very affordable. A little bit of a connection maybe going with Kenny Pickett. Kenny Pickett doesn't project poorly. Going up against this Arizona pass defense that ranks 26th, 7.1 yards per pass attempt. Just 18th against the run, 4.2 yards per rush attempt. Like I said, I do think there's a little bit of reason to believe that a very, very value-priced Arizona defense could be playable against this Pittsburgh team. They haven't been good. But the Pittsburgh side, probably a little playable right back. We could probably get these skill players on their own, too. A little Pat Freiermuth on his own at the tight end spot. Either one of the wideouts. Either one of the running backs. While I don't love the split situations, there's been enough on the bone for those guys over the past few weeks that I think it probably makes sense to consider them as viable. San Fran looks just as good as Philly does. It's another team where there's a fair four-man concentration. McCaffrey, Ayuk, Debo, and George Kittle. 4 star caliber skill players. Those 4 are probably, especially because it's a running back, 2 wideouts, and a tight end, it's probably a better 4-man than the Miami 4-man. Even if the Miami 4-man is projected higher, just in terms of like usability. But this is very, very high end. Philly's very, very high end. Miami's very high end in terms of just player groups. If anything overall stops this San Francisco team, I do think it's ultimately Brock Purdy. But again, he's continued to be pretty good. 6,100, 7,800. He's priced lower than Jalen Hurts for a reason. Projects out great. 47.5 point total going up against a Philly D that's allowed 4 yards per rush attempt, ranks 12th. 6.1 yards per pass attempt, ranks 9th. But what's sneaky about the Philly D is the 23 passing touchdowns they've allowed this season. That is notably higher than most of these others. Second worst on the board behind the 28 allowed by Washington's pass defense. That happens to be going up against that Miami team. Kind of appealing. So Philly, while they're limiting the yards, they're allowing a ton of touchdowns through the air, which definitely gets interesting. We were on that Buffalo passing attack last week. I think we go right back to the well and get to some. Look, I'll have plenty of McCaffrey, but whichever out of Ayuk, Debo, George Kittle, and then maybe to a lesser extent a little smattering of Juwan Jennings. Whichever of the Ayuk, Debo, Kittle group is the lowest owned will probably be the highest owned in my lineups. It'll just be a good spot to push a guy forward against the field a little bit. They might all come up around the same 8 to 12 or, who knows. I haven't looked at it. Again, I'm just throwing numbers out there. That's not even me actually trying to guess where they're going to be on. Those were just numbers that came out of my mouth. But let's say they're all owned in that range. Then maybe you're just playing whatever combos come up. But if one of those guys is significantly lower, I think it makes total sense to grab them and run with it. Baker Mayfield, another quarterback basically supported by the talent of his skill players. 3 high-volume guys in Rashad White, Mike Evans, Chris Godwin. I like any one of those guys on their own in other lineups probably better than I like the Tampa Bay stack. But that said, they're going up against a Carolina defense that's been pretty bad most of the season. And again, they're a team in total chaos. 6.1 yards per pass attempt allowed, ranks 8th. But 4.3 yards per rush attempt, ranks 22nd. Could be another good week for Rashad White. Will Levis, another spot where I just kind of prefer my DeAndre Hopkins, my Derrick Henry shares. Treylon Burks still, I believe, questionable, but may make it back this week. Chigakonkwa hasn't done much. Tajay Spears, just whatever he can claw off of Derrick Henry. But it's really still just about these two guys. Indy's been 14th against the run, 19th against the pass. And then Washington down here. They project all right. For the money, 15th by points, but 8th by DK point per dollar. 17th by FanDuel point per dollar isn't great. But I do think they've got the ability to hang. I think Brian Robinson's an okay running back option. Terry McLaurin, Jahan Dotson. Even a little Curtis Samuel, Logan Thomas. As little odds and ends type throws. Maybe they're better as individuals. Maybe they're better as bring back plays against Miami if you want to go that route. Miami's defense has been good. 3.8 yards per rush attempt ranks 6th. 6.2 yards per pass attempt ranks 10th. But these guys have been a little underrated on the offensive side of the ball in terms of who they've hung in games with. So maybe a little potential there. At least the ability to keep the pulse alive for the Miami side. Get into the game by game. Nuggets point guard Jamal Murray has been ruled out tonight against the Kings. I forget it. I think I had him in. Oh, it'd be handy if I didn't, but that's an easy enough change anyway. Nope, I got him in. All right. Have a second while I update for Jamal. It's a good spot for a little intermission. In between the top-down review and then going into the game by game. So let's see. Jamal is right there. He's ready. And then I need another. Okay. Bear with me, guys. Let me just get this up on the site. Jamal out. Let me see if anything else broke. No idea how my own lineups are doing. Not going to be able to change anything. Hopefully, I should at least check if there's any Jamal Murray in here. Wouldn't want to just play a dead spot if I can pivot out of it real quick. That game is that a 9 o'clock or is that, no, that's a 10 o'clock, all right. So let's get over to the tables page. If you're just joining us, we are making a quick change to NBA projections for the website. Let's see. Mavs will start Doncic, Seth Curry, Derek Jones, Grant Williams, Derek Lively. How we had it, basically. Aaron Gordon, game time decision. Jamal Murray ruled out. The question is, do I trust Aaron Gordon to actually get in here? Probably not, but yeah, we'll deal with it if we have to. All right, so let's get these ones. And all right, what do I need? 14 minutes for I could do that with Watson and oh, there we go. Holiday. Perfect. Okay, and now swear like a little sampling of some royalty-free music or something like that would be good. If I could just put that in. Or like I said, intermission before, you could play like the Let's All Go to the Lobby song. Let's all go to the lobby. That is the extent of my singing. I'm not Eric Lindquist. I will not be singing for you. The clicking and smashing of the keys you're hearing is me just copy-pasting these different columns. And we just got to upload it to the site, and we'll be back on track. There. 197. It's 196 now. Okay. 851 updated. All right. Little 5-minute interlude there. Not too bad. Now something else will change. And it'll be stupid. Let's see. Cam Reddish available to play. That's the only piece of news I see. All right. Knock out a little football. We'll get back into this. Arizona-Pittsburgh first came up. Not a bad place to start. We can work our way down to San Francisco-Philly. We had to reverse it last week to work our way up to the good game. But that's a fun one to leave for last. This one, as we touched on, I do think there's cause to play the Arizona defense against this Pittsburgh team that's been pretty bad over the course of the season, but shown a little bit more life lately. So maybe you get there a little bit with both. Why did that? Maybe you get there a little bit with both sides of it. I think I still would prefer my Pittsburgh to come in individual shares rather than wrapped around Kenny Pickett. Pickett going up against a team that's generating pressure just 17% of the time, but they do have 32 sacks, equivalent to what Pittsburgh's defense has done, with a 23% pressure rate and a 35% blitz rate. Pickett's throwing the ball just 28 times a game, just 172.2 yards per game, 6 touchdowns, 4 picks, 6.1 yards per pass attempt. These are the limitations I'm talking about when it comes to Kenny Pickett. It's not been great quarterback play. A lot more talent on the other side with Kyler Murray, throwing the ball 31 times a game, completing 63%, 230 yards. Just 2 games so far. 2 touchdowns, 2 interceptions, 7.5 yards per pass attempt. He's run 3 touchdowns in already. Kenny Pickett's run 1 in. Kyler Murray 6.1 yards per rush attempt so far on the season, running the ball about 7 times a game. More fantasy potential on the Kyler Murray side for sure. I really do think Pickett just kind of, I'll take my shares of his receivers here and there. I'll take my shares of the running backs here and there. Last time out, threw for 278 yards, but failed to throw a touchdown. 24 of 33. This is against Cincinnati. 15 of 28 the week before that for 106. 14 of 23 for 126. Before that, 1 touchdown in his last few games. Not really appealing for Kenny Pickett there. A quarterback who doesn't throw touchdowns isn't all that useful. Jaylen Warren, last time out, there he is. Last time out, Warren saw 33 snaps, carried the ball 13 times, was targeted 3 times, caught all 3 of them for 13 yards. He was out-snapped by 3 by Najee Harris. He was out-carried by 2, but he out-targeted Najee by 3. So technically he came up with 1 more touch than Najee did, but you really don't get a more directly even split than this. Red zone carries, they both had 3 last week. Red zone targets, neither one of them had any. Najee put up 99 yards and a touchdown on his 15 carries. Jaylen Warren put up 49 yards, didn't score. The week before that, he had 129 yards on 9 carries. The week before, in week 10, he had 101 yards on 15 carries, touchdowns in both of those games. I continue to slightly favor Jaylen Warren, but I think Najee Harris is perfectly playable. 52-78 versus 52-72. DraftKings and FanDuel 54-65. Very playable options. Oops. Go away. In terms of the rankings, Warren ranks 13th by points on DraftKings, 5th by points per dollar though at the 5,400. Similar 13th and 7th on FanDuel. Najee falls a little bit short of that, just on the back of a couple points projected lower for basically the same kind of pricing, but still 22nd, 10th on DraftKings is not bad. On the Arizona side of the ball, it's more James Conner. Conner last time, scrolled the wrong way in these notes. Bit of a letdown. 6 carries, 27 yards. Targeted 5 times, caught 4 of them, but only 5 yards in the passing game. Mardiar Mercado carried the ball 3 times in that game, played 14 snaps. Was questionable coming into the game, but still ultimately James Conner's volume. He played 25 snaps, ran 15 routes in the passing game. The week before last, 14 carries, 62 yards, 16 carries for 73 in week 10. Ranks 19th and 14th on DraftKings, 21st and 14th on FanDuel. He's going up against the D, allowing 4.4 yards per attempt, 118 yards a game. Just half a touchdown. Where the Arizona D, to support the idea of playing a little of the Pittsburgh running game, 1.3 rushing touchdowns allowed per game this season. 4.2 yards per attempt, 140 yards a game, though. Connor scored twice on the ground in 7 games, averaging 71 yards, 14 carries, 5.1 yards per rush attempt. The yardage is pretty decent. The lack of scoring is a little bit more concerning. I don't think there's really too much reason to go to the DeMercados or the Michael Carters of the world. What did Carter pick up? Carter carried the ball 4 times, 19 yards. He did pick up 4 targets. It's a little bit more than I thought he got in the passing game. 4 targets, 15 yards, 4 carries, 19 yards. Played 25 snaps. I would give Michael Carter a little tiny nudge. It probably just evens these two guys out, really. Not a lot of appeal there. If this was a showdown, maybe we'd be a little bit more interested in them, but I'll make a note. Michael Carter. Starting on the Arizona side, Trey McBride, probably the most interesting piece. 7 catches for 60 last week on 9 targets. Tons and tons of volume here. Since basically arguably it started really in week 6. Week 6 and 7, 5 targets, 6 targets. Had the big bump in week 8 up to 14 targets. Caught 10 of those for 95 yards and a touchdown. Clunker in week 9, just 3 catches for 22. But then has been 8, 5, and 7 catches each week after that. In week 10, he had 8 catches for 131 yards. Didn't score, but that was still an effective fantasy game. 14.6 yards per target on 9 targets that game. Highly, highly targeted tight end weapon. Tight end 2 by points on DraftKings. Tight end 1 by points per dollar. Says it all. On FanDuel, tight end 2 across the board. Hollywood ran 42 routes last game. Caught 6 of 12 for 88 yards. It's a reasonable enough connection there. Plenty of volume if he gets back to that level. The game before that, just 5 targets. 4 targets in week 10. But had a stretch of weeks 4, 5, and 6. At least 10 targets. Then 7, 9, and 8 the next 3 games. So there's reason to believe 9 to 10 to, a little bit beyond targets. Catch half of them. Just 25th and 22nd by value on DraftKings. A little bit less valuable on FanDuel. 6,800 over there. Not the most appealing price point. Dortch continues to see a little bit of volume. Hit 3 catches for 27 yards and a touchdown on 40 routes run. 9 targets. Had 8 targets the week before that. Caught 6 of them for 76 yards. We talked about the uptick in volume going into that game. Potential for it to stay there. Rondale. Still a little bit appealing. Just 3 targets last week. Caught 2 of them for 35. The week before that, just 1 target. He carried the ball twice for 6 yards. He caught his lone target for 48 and a touchdown. That's okay. It wasn't slate breaking by any means. It wasn't winning. If I'm remembering correctly, that was on like the first play of the game or one of the first, I think it was the first score of the entire week that week. And it was a week we were on Rondale a little bit. But there is ability there. If he picks up a few targets, happens to break one. For 3,400, he's wide receiver 47, 48. I mean, this is a dart throw kind of a play. There's a little bit of ability. He's not coming out of my player pool. I don't think we go to any of these guys. A little bit thin down to the Jeff Swaim's, Elijah Higgins. Zach Pascal's out. He's already in my notes to take out of there. Higgins ran 13 routes, saw 2 targets, caught 1 of them for 26 yards on 15 snaps. Andre Bachelia ran 6 routes on 8 snaps, was not targeted, hasn't been targeted yet this season. He's run 9 routes total in the 4 games he's played. somebody maybe picks up a target or two. I didn't actually put Pascal's recent stuff there, but I don't think it's very many targets recently for Zach Pascal. Maybe there's one floating that goes in like Elijah Higgins' direction, but wouldn't really concern myself with anybody down board here on the Arizona passing side of things. I like the three options: Deontay Johnson, George Pickens, Pat Freiermuth. Plenty there. Freiermuth ranks tight end 5, tight end 7. 5 and 4 across on FanDuel. So a little bit better ranked for Trey McBride at 4,900, 6,700 across sites than Freiermuth at 4,358. McBride projects a little bit better, but Freiermuth's got similar ceiling at worst. Last week he came out, put up 120 yards on 9 catches. Didn't get in the end zone. Wasn't targeted in the red zone. 2 touchdowns on the season that came in weeks 1 and 3. Missed a big chunk of the season between weeks 5 and 10, though. Among the guys on the board for receptions, Deontay was targeted 8 times, caught 4 of them for 50 yards last week. Pickens was targeted 5 times. So Freiermuth outpaced those guys for targets. He had 11. That's a pretty big difference. I can see them going right back to that well for volume. Seems like, if nothing else, just Pickett not being that good of a quarterback supports the idea that Freiermuth gets additional volume. Johnson ranks 23rd, but 3rd by points per dollar on DraftKings. That's kind of a potential critical piece of value as well. $5,000 is a pretty cheap price for Deontay Johnson. Again, he did see, it's not like he wasn't involved, saw 8 targets, caught 4 of them, 50 yards. Famously has trouble getting in the end zone. But since he came back, he played week 1, caught 3 balls for 48 yards. Was out for 4 straight weeks, had a bye week. Came back week 7, caught 5 for 79. The next 2 games, he had 15 catches, 175 yards and a touchdown combined over those 2 games, weeks 8 and 9. 2 lousy ones. Just 1 catch for 17 yards on 4 targets against Green Bay in week 10. 2 catches for 16 yards on 8 targets in a disaster against Cleveland. But that Cincy game, kind of a bounce back. If you get him for 50, get him in the end zone is the critical part. At this price, that's not bad. On FanDuel, a lot less valuable. 6,800, 20, wide receiver 22, 24. Just an also-ran type guy, but there's points per dollar value on DraftKings. Pickens doesn't really compete. Wide receiver 27 and 11. I mean, that's still very strong value for 4,800, but it's not the level that Deontay is. A couple points off, or 1.16 projected less. He's had a few bigger games though. Week 2, 127 yards and a touchdown. Week 5, 130 and a touchdown. Week 7, 107. Those came during the chunk of games where Deontay was out though. Since Deontay's return, he's been the clear number 2. Has he been out-targeted every time? They got the same 4 targets in week 10. Otherwise, Deontay's out-targeted him every week since he's been back. Nope, I'm wrong. Sorry, week 7. George Pickens got 8. Deontay got 6. So I do think it's a pretty clear number 1, number 2. Probably just taking them as value plays. If I was playing on DK, I'd be picking up shares of all 3 of these guys as values. I don't love it as a stack given the quarterback involved, but it's definitely playable. This could be the week that Kenny Pickett delivers something because they're going up against a pretty bad defense. Down the board, Allen Robinson, Calvin Austin. I don't think there's all that much to really talk about with these guys. 3 catches for 20 yards in week 11 for Allen Robinson. Just 1 last week for 11 yards. Continues just limited targets. Out there running a decent amount of routes, but they're really not looking his direction. Calvin Austin, just 1 catch for 5 yards in the last 2 weeks. 4 catches since the week 6 bye. Really not all that involved. And then Washington and Hayward, Miles Boykin, they're just on the board because they'll be out there seeing a few snaps, but there's no real reason to go to these guys. Keep on rolling. Atlanta and the Jets. Hate this game. Might be able to fly through this one fairly quickly. Why do you keep doing that? So up top, 34-point total. 2.5-point spread always has appeal. You have the idea that it's going to be a decently hard-fought game. But, I mean, raise your hand if you could not imagine these two teams playing like a 13-10 game or like a 17-13 game. Vegas can. 34-point total. Not appealing. Two decent defenses. 10th ranked, 11th ranked for Atlanta. 3.9 yards per rush attempt, 6.2 yards per pass attempt. And 19th and 6th for the Jets. But again, that they're better than that. Des Ridder, no real appeal. Tim Boyle, right back at him, no real appeal. The Jets allowing 5.8 yards per pass attempt, 183 a game, just 13 touchdowns on the season. They've got 28 sacks with a 26% pressure rate, despite blitzing just 15% of the time. The Falcons have 22 sacks. Just 6 interceptions. Maybe that, if you need a justification for a Tim Boyle play, the 8.4-yard defensive ADOT, the 17 touchdowns, and just 6 interceptions, just 22 sacks. Maybe those are the appealing points. But overall, they've been at least limiting yardage. And I just don't see this Jets team marching up and down the field or creating the big plays needed to find those scores. Boyle 7 of 14, threw a touchdown, but has 3 interceptions on the season. Just 2.4 yards per pass attempt. Not NFL numbers. Des Ridder 7.1 yards per pass attempt, but only 7 touchdowns, 8 interceptions, 193 yards a game. Not overly appealing for either of these guys. Ridder does have 4 rushing touchdowns. But again, you're not going to go to him for his rushing touchdown upside. He's not that kind of a rusher. Getting into the carries of it all here. So Tyler Algier continues to take little bites away. Week 12 against New Orleans, carried the ball 10 times for 64 yards. Bijan carried the ball 16 times for 91 yards, scored a touchdown in that one. He also scored a touchdown receiving, 3 catches on 6 targets, 32 yards and a touchdown. The involvement for Bijan is good to see. That's 19 total touches with 22 potential touches on the board for him. Algier's carries don't look like they came in the red zone, which is also a plus. Bijan carried the ball twice in the red zone, was targeted once in the red zone. He's easily the favored option for me for fantasy purposes. I think for anybody who's not completely blind. But the idea that 10 touches or so are going this direction with a little bit of skill here for Tyler Algier, and that we've seen them throughout the season continue going his direction when they get in close. I mentioned no red zone carries in week 12. They had a bye in week 11. The 2 weeks before that, weeks 9 and 10, he saw 4 carries in the red zone each of those 2 weeks. So there's a little bit of concern that he still continues to poach touchdowns. 4,500 doesn't really have all that much individual appeal, but maybe takes a little bit, saps a little projection anyway out of Bijan. It's accounted for here. This is a running back that could be projected higher based on his talent. Just 16th and 22nd on DraftKings, same ranking on FanDuel. On the other side, Brees ranks 7th and 8th on DraftKings, 8th and 2nd by points per dollar on FanDuel is kind of interesting, 6,700. I feel like Brees has failed us a couple times in that kind of a spot. But I think we'll be back to it. Seems like he'll be coming up a decent amount on both sites. Tons and tons of talent for Brees. Hey, Trey made it. What's up, Trey? So let me catch up with chat a little bit. Travis Duarte is here. What's up, Trav? So San Francisco is the nuts this week. For me, I think Miami is probably the nuts. But I liked San Francisco quite a bit. Miami, San Fran, Philly, just the level of talent on those 3 teams. I don't think you could really make a mistake going to any one of those 3. But I think I'll probably end up with more Miami. But we'll see. See how it all comes out. Power says, I don't know if you did any military service, but if you did, Tidal streaming is only $6 a month. I did not. My father served. He was in Vietnam, but I was fortunate to not have to have a war to go fight, and did not serve. But I appreciate and love those who did, and that's a great offer for those who did. So if anybody out there did serve, thank you very much for your service, and go take advantage of that if you're interested in getting title streaming, whatever title is. Slim, which of those two defenses are your two highest owned? Atlanta and the Jets? I think that's totally reasonable if those are the two that you're talking about. Two good defenses. Two bad quarterbacks. Two bad offenses overall. So yeah, I'm assuming that's the one you're talking about, Slim, and I'm with you. I think they'll have a pretty decent amount of both of them. And then Trey. Trey's here. He forgot we had a show. He's not high. Had to mess with Ace Mind and doing his breakdown. Needs to smoke. I feel you, Trey. I think just one little tiny, just kind of a rip. After basketball locked. Had the hour to work with there. Had to get stuff updated. Speaking of which. But yeah. Post show. Packing up a nice little fresh bowl. Enjoy that. Sometimes I take a little break. Watch a tube, watch a movie or something like that, have something to eat, and then settle back in for the long haul of building lineups, running all these crazy sims, writing all the content, and doing all that all night. But that's what I'll be here doing, buddy. Trey brings up something that I've been trying to point out as far as the guys over, our pals over at Ace Mind. If you don't know what Ace Mind is, maybe you haven't been here, but yeah, acemind.io. It's the site that I use for sims. They've got a sim tool. They've got an optimizer. You can get tons of bang for your buck out of it. Their pricing isn't bad from what I've seen other places charging. It's a couple of independent guys. You may have come across them if you're a stochastic guy, an awesome person, or if you've just been hanging around here, or you might have just seen them independently on Twitter. But a couple of really good guys. And as Trey's pointing out, great customer service in that for the second week in a row, he had to reach out to one of the guys who is the creator of the product, the quote unquote founder of the company, and just sit there and do individual support with them. And if I remember correctly, last week when Trey did that, it wasn't even for their product; it was for Microsoft Excel, and he still sat there and just helped them, figure out how to build, how to do the imports and everything. So, a couple of great guys. Love to support their product, and it's been a profitable product for me, so I can't recommend it enough. Or I can. Maybe I should be telling people not to use it if it's that good. Somebody reached out the other day. I won't say who it was, but an amusing message. I always love seeing the theories, the conspiracy theories. But somebody reached out asking if I thought that certain places were leaning on their projections to influence the market. And I say no. My firm answer is always no on that sort of a thing. Having worked behind the scenes is honestly, between us, nothing at all like that going on. Nothing that ever came across my desk anyway. And I can't really imagine the upside for those guys who are already winning anyway. I just don't see it. Yeah, Trey says last week was Excel. Always recommend Ace Mind. Yeah, those guys rock. Product goes well with our projections. I will be using that tool all night long. I did exactly what I said going into last week, or like this time last week. I said I was probably going to take each quarterback and do a full slate sim just as if they were the only possible quarterback to try and like stack up all the best plays and all the best options in lineups with those guys, and then grab like the top 500, the top 1,000 lineups of each quarterback and then sim that as a pool. And that was the way I approached it. And it's, not that we're counting any one result as like proof of concept or anything, but or proof of process, proof of concept maybe. But at least it was a good first step. And I thought it was really informative for putting together the above below in the different articles as far as like what worked well together. So I'm going to be doing exactly that again. There you go. Trey says, I also appreciate the pro tip you gave last week about using the 150 it gives and running sims off that and whittling it down. Yeah, you can do that, Trey, or if you open up the full download, you could take more than 150. Just make sure you resort it, because if you take the top 150 ones, that's already sorted for you. If you take the full download, that's just sorted in numerical order of the lineup build. So just make sure you choose your column, your sim ROI, your win rate, your top 1%, whatever you want to use. But you can take the top 1,000, the top 5,000, whatever you want, and just go deep and deep and deep. But taking the top 150 and continuing to do that over and over again is also, perfectly acceptable way to do it. You got it, buddy. All right, so let's keep moving through this. So Breece Hall, yes, definitely showing a good amount of potential for the money. But again, going up against a very capable rush defense, 3.9 yards per rush attempt. He's going to have his work cut out for him to pay that off for us. They're allowing 112 yards total on the ground this year, but only 3.9 per attempt, and critically, 0.36 touchdowns per game, 0.64 allowed on the other side. So while there is appeal in Bijan and Breece Hall as individuals, they're going to be banging their heads on some tough Ds. I think that's clean. It's close. It sounded close to questionable, but I think it got through clean. Dual tight end options on the Atlanta side. Kyle Pitts, Jonnu Smith. Jonnu saw... Did Jonnu come out of this game last week or something? I didn't realize this. First thing I had to take a look at. Huh. Okay. So Jonnu, that's interesting. That's another one I might revisit now that I'm seeing that. What I'm looking at is the Jonnu Smith last week, and he's knocked down to tight end 17, 19, 16, 18 across sites. He was never outpacing Pitts in the projections, but what he was doing was running a bunch of routes, drawing a bunch of targets, and scoring a couple touchdowns. But last week against New Orleans, after their bye, he came out, played just 22 snaps, season low, ran just 9 routes, second lowest of the season. He ran 4 back in week 1. And before the bye against Arizona, actually, he only ran 15 routes, was targeted 3 times, caught one of them, but just for 1 yard. So maybe they're peeling back on the Jonnu involvement. Knowing how this team's been operating, that's just an anomaly, and they'll come back and he'll get 12 targets this week, and it'll be completely derailed. At the same time, Kyle Pitts played 31 snaps, ran 18 routes, drew 2 targets, caught both of them for 22 yards. He's got 1 touchdown on the year. It came in week 6. He's got 2 games above 50 yards. One of them was in week 9. He put up 56 on 4 catches. His best week of the season was week 5, 7 catches for 87 yards on 11 targets. That was his target high, his catch high, and his yardage high. Didn't score his touchdown that week. That came the next week. Hasn't been great at the tight end spot. The chop wasn't good when that was going on. And overall, the targeting, and again, it really just comes down to the quarterback play. But going up against a decent defense, I don't really trust the quarterback enough to get there for us. Drake London, 7 targets, was way more involved, caught 5 of them for 91 yards. Does have that individual upside. Probably, if I have to pick something from this passing game, I think Drake London is the obvious top choice. Wide receiver 24 on DraftKings by points, but 7th by points per dollar. That makes him kind of interesting, 4,900. Kyle Pitts also, not bad in terms of the points per dollar. 6th ranked by points, 5th by points per dollar on DraftKings, 6th and 7th on FanDuel. Drake London on FanDuel, not as appealing, 26.25. Nobody downstream, I don't think. Mac Hollins is questionable. He also was not in the projections. He's in my notes to keep an eye on. If he's going to go, he'll land back in projections. Him, Van Jefferson, Darrell Hodge, any one of them is a downfield dart home run play type guy. But none of them project great. None of them's going to be over 5 points. None of them's going to be outside like the 50-60 range in terms of wide receiver rankings. Not a lot of appeal there. Garrett Wilson is a tremendous talent on his own. He's also cheap. 6,000 has him as wide receiver 5 by points per dollar on DraftKings. 6,900 has him at wide receiver 7 by points per dollar on FanDuel. I kind of don't like that we're probably going to come up with individuals from this game now that I'm seeing where these value plays rank for these high-end skill players. it's something to watch for sure. They project out this well because of how they've done in these situations all season. But with several of them landing as I don't know how many bites at this game I want in any given lineup or like across an entire portfolio of lineups. I certainly don't want a situation where like 120 of my 150 lineups have some piece of this game or other just because they're coming up as good value plays. So something to maybe keep an eye on as you're building out lineups in optimizers and sims and so on. I have no love for Allen Lazard in this spot. None of the Jets receivers outside of Garrett Wilson are all that appealing. Maybe a little bit of Conklin. And that's a pretty big maybe. Conklin, 5 targets last week, caught 4 of them for 33, caught 2 of 3 for 18 the week before that. A big week 10, 7 of 7 for 70 yards. Still, not much. Hasn't been in the end zone all year. Runs plenty of routes, gets targeted a decent amount of the time as a cheap, just grab them and go kind of a tight end. 15th and 12th on DraftKings, 17th and 16th on FanDuel. There's probably better options. He's not unplayable. Lazard didn't play last week. I think that was a healthy scratch. I don't think there's any reason to really consider any of the we brought you here to play with Aaron Rodgers receivers anymore. Jeremy Ruckert at the tight end spot. He drew 4 targets last week, caught 2 of them for 18, caught 3 of 4 the week before that for 25. You're not going to play Ruckert ahead of Conklin, and you're not going to play Conklin that much. Kind of self-explanatory. Tight end Dart, if you for some reason you need an additional 500 after you had Conklin in and you needed to make a change, sure, but you're dealing with probably just very limited targets, and he needs to fall into the end zone. Xavier Gipson, 2 targets last week, 2 the week before that. A little bit of return upside maybe. A little bit of big play talent. Hasn't really delivered all that much. No, it's not necessarily his fault. His target high for the season is the 3 that he got in week 10. He's been a little bit more involved since week 8. 1, 2, 3, 2, and 2 targets. But you need him to hit that monster play for you. Wide receiver 75, 76 on DraftKings, 72, 74 on FanDuel. Nobody else down board here really all that appealing. I just wanted to touch on Gibson because he does have the ability to break one, and he's also got the return game involvement. So it's really just the high-end players here at the end of the day. Could have just saved us all a little bit of time by saying that at the top, which I think I did. But just to reiterate, like maybe some Bijan, some Brees, they rank fine. Brees ranks out well ahead of Bijan. Maybe some Drake London. Maybe some Garrett Wilson. If you leave the tight ends by the wayside, so be it. Kyle Pitts ranks out perfectly playably, though. A lot of talent on the board there for Kyle Pitts for these prices. I will give him that much. Let's get the hell out of this game. Carolina, Tampa, at least there's a little bit of something in this one. And the receivers tab. If you guys spot anything in the basketball news, by the way, just bring it to my attention if you would. Hopefully nothing too critical happens for the 10 o'clock games. It's coming up on 9:30. Reggie's available to play. Aaron Gordon's playing. All right, we don't have to change that. Alex Caruso won't return. Haywood Highsmith won't return. We don't have to worry about those. I would assume we're starting in the second half in place of Alex Caruso. All right, cool. No changes to make. So Reggie Jackson, Aaron Gordon, both are playing. If you're playing the basketball slate. Ooh, but I didn't check my own lineups for that last change. Hopefully this will just take a second. I didn't have Jamal projected highly, so I can't imagine he's in any of these. I just gave him like 24 minutes to start the day. I don't think we have LeBron news yet. Looks like we're okay. Oh, wow. What do we have? 2 more games to start? I have a bunch of John Collins and not much else. Oh, no, all right. Some Brogdon, some Van Vliet. A little bit of Şengün. Didn't get too much Jokic today. With the value that opened up, there's probably some pivots that could have been made to secure some more Jokic. How are these lineups looking? Let's see. About 100 off the lead pace with significantly more quarters left than most of these. A couple of interesting looking ones, actually. Welcome to the sit here and watch me look at my lineups on my phone show. That's what everybody wants to pay for. Try something clean enough. I know what you're referring to. So, Bryce Young, again, going up against a defense that's given up 7.4 yards per pass attempt. 29th in the league. 267 yards a game, 16 touchdowns on the season, an 8-yard defensive ADOT. Gaining pressure just 20% of the time, despite a 37.8% blitz rate. They do have 31 sacks. It's a pretty decent sack total. You can see them just blitzing the hell out of the young quarterback who hasn't been good, and him just running for his life the entire game and not completing any passes the entire game. But at a certain point, like the idea that this kid is an NFL talent or was drafted as such ahead of a kid who's clearly proven that he's an NFL talent, I'll point out. Something's got to give here at a certain point. So maybe I'm not encouraging anyone to go to this play. I don't think I'm going to have much of it, if any of it. It's just opportunity-wise, it is a good spot for a quarterback. Just not really this quarterback, I think. 5.3 yards per pass attempt, 187 yards a game. Throwing 35 passes and only throwing for 187 yards per game is pretty challenging. 3.1 air yards per attempt, 6.4 intended air yards per attempt. It's just really, really, really weak numbers for Bryce Young. Running the ball just 3 times a game, 6.4 yards per rush attempt, maybe, so should run the ball a little bit more. Tampa might scare him out of that backfield a little bit, out of that pocket, and force him to run a little bit. Baker going up against the defense, allowing 6.1 yards per pass attempt, just 179 yards a game, 13 touchdowns on the season. I guess Carolina's pass defense is a little bit better than I thought. I don't know that that scares me off of going to anything I was going to go to with Tampa, because it was really looking for the involvement of the running back in their passing game, just on volume, on the handful of targets that he's been getting, plus all the carries that he gets. And then Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, I'm not going to be pushed off of shares of those guys, and the individual touchdown upside that Evans brings, the talent that they both bring, just because Carolina's defense is a little bit better against the pass than I thought they might be. So I think we're fine here, but I do continue to think that it's probably not Baker. It's probably mostly his skill players. He's thrown the ball 35 times a game. He does have 17 touchdowns on the season. It's nice to work with Mike Evans. 4.1 air yards per attempt, 6.8 yards per pass attempt on the season, just 7 interceptions. He's not been bad. Hasn't run anything in. He's connected with Evans, who ranks as wide receiver 9 by points on both sites, I'll point out. He's connected with Evans for 8 targets a game, 9 receiving touchdowns on the season. It's pretty good. Godwin's got 1. Trey Palmer's got 2. Cade Otton, the tight end, has 3. Just on touchdown upside alone, Evans is on the board, and the Evans-Mayfield combo is on the board. I don't know. I guess where I'm hesitant to really talk about him too much as a stack is probably around double stacks for people who go that way. I do think there's enough on the enough talent here between a Baker Evans or a Baker Godwin or a Baker Rashad White to go skinny stacks. Still not my favorite and not a priority for me. But if I get to them in stacks, that's probably how it'll be. I don't know how much love I have for the Baker plus 2s. In the rushing game, before we get carried away, I hate this backfield. I really honestly will be happy if I see no shares of either one of those running backs. Going up against a defense allowing just 3.7 yards per rush attempt, 95 yards, and 0.6 touchdowns on the season. To two guys who have been largely bad all year long. One of whom lost his job to the other not all that great one. I really don't see any need to go to the Carolina. As much as I don't want to go to their passing game, I really don't want to go to their running game. But I will go to some Rachaad White. White, the last time out, is on here somewhere. Just 2 targets in the passing game last time. Did run 29 routes. Played 50 snaps, basically around his usual volume. The week before, 54 snaps. Carried the ball 9 times for 30 yards and a touchdown, but drew 7 targets, caught 6 of those for 28 yards. Not his best game in that one. That was the week 11 game. That was against San Francisco, though. The week 10 game, he had 98 combined yards on 22 touches with a touchdown. That came in the receiving game. And then last week, despite the more limited output in the pass game, he did carry the ball 15 times and racked up 100 yards on the ground. So we're talking about a guy in week 9 against Houston, 24 touches, 117 yards combined, and 2 touchdowns. Rachaad White's been pretty good outside of that week 11 game against San Fran. He's been pretty good the last 4 or 5 weeks, or 3-4 weeks. I'll call it 4 or 5 weeks because we're talking about back to week 7, caught 6 passes for 65 yards, carried the ball 13 times for 34. Week 8, 7 catches for 70 yards. That was then that stretch where he caught literally every pass thrown in his direction for 4 straight weeks. So I like Rachaad White. I like going there as an individual. RB5, RB3 on DraftKings for only $6,300. 5-5 on FanDuel for $75. At worst, you're just buying a good chunk of touches most weeks. Even in the week 11 clunker against San Francisco, that was 15 touches. And he got in the end zone. That is a good piece of value at the running back spot. I think I'm going to have a pretty decent amount of Rachaad White again here. And he's going up against the defense, allowing 1.6 touchdowns a game, 124 yards on the ground, 4.3 yards per rush attempt. Seems like kind of a no-brainer to me. No real love for Chase Edmonds, Sean Tucker, even going up against the same backfield. Edmonds, 1 carry for 11 last week, 1 target. Tucker hadn't touched the ball in quite some time. Sean Tucker last touched the ball in week 3. 2 carries in week 3. In terms of those receivers, Mike Evans caught 6 passes for 70 yards and 2 touchdowns last week. A touchdown in each of the 2 games leading up to that in weeks 10 and 11. 10, 12, and 9 targets the last 3 weeks running. Premium option. Chris Godwin over the same stretch. 6 targets, 7 targets, 7 targets. 54, 39, and 45 yards. Caught like 2/3 of the targets. Not a great game against Indy in the last one, just 3 of 7 for 45 yards. He's only got 1 touchdown on the season. That's kind of the concern. Still targeted in the red zone a fair amount of the time, though. Target in the red zone each of the last 2 weeks. Not in week 10. 3 straight weeks before that. 2 targets in week 9. 2 in week 7. 1 in week 8. Chris Godwin's still Chris Godwin. If you can get him a little bit of a discount, I think we're perfectly happy to take shares of him. 6,300 has him as 21.37 on DraftKings. 23.18, a little bit more appealing at 6,300 on FanDuel. Same price against the better cap. Trey, don't call me Chili Palmer, even though you watched the movie Be Cool the other day. Too late. 5 targets last week. Caught 4 of them for 17. 4 catches the week before that against San Fran for 22. 1 game over 50 yards all season. Came on 3 catches in week 9 against Houston. Still out there running a lot of routes as the third banana in this pass attack among the wide receivers. And he's been targeted at least 4 times in every game since week 8. A high of 6. An average of, call it like 4.8. for very cheap as just like a dart throw. You'd love to see a couple more touchdowns, but wide receiver 39-13 on DraftKings isn't bad for 3,200. It's a dart. 35-35 on FanDuel, not as appealing. For what it's worth, he hasn't been targeted in the red zone since week 4. And he hasn't scored a touchdown since week 4. 2 on the season. But overall, I mean, for Trey Palmer, 50 snaps in week 10, 48 in week 11, 37 in week 12, running 36, 41, 26 routes. So plenty of opportunity for them to look his direction, one extra time on that one critical pass. That's the definition of a dart throw there. And then Otton, like I said, handful of touchdowns, a little bit of involvement. Ranks tight end 8 on DraftKings by points per dollar at 3,200. Not all that appealing. Just 13th across the board on FanDuel for 51. He's had 12 targets over the last 3 weeks combined. Caught 2, 4, and 4. Did have 49 yards in week 11 against San Fran. 45 yards against Indy last week. 2 of the touchdowns came in week 9 against Houston. 1 of the touchdowns came in week 4 against New Orleans. Otherwise, hasn't been in the end zone in any other week. But, yeah, kind of an is who he is option. But no fewer than 28 routes since week 3. I don't think we're going down the board for the Tompkins, the O'Keefes, the David Moores, or Payne Durhams of the world. Tompkins, just 3 routes run last week, 13 the week before. No catches either of those games. Keeft, down depth chart tight end, 8 snaps each of the last 2 weeks, 1 route run, no involvement there. David Moore did get in, played 11 snaps with the offense last time out, ran 4 routes, picked up 1 target, didn't catch it. And then Payne Durham also at the tight end spot, ran 7 routes, targeted once on 12 snaps last time out, ran 5 routes, targeted twice. Caught all 3 of those passes, 13 yards in week 11, 12 yards in week 12. I guess if I'm deciding, if somebody put a gun to my head and they were really, really stupid and they said, you have to pick between O'Keefe and Payne Durham for who you want to spend $2,500 on at the tight end spot, I guess I would pick Payne Durham. But it's very, very thin. Neither one of those is at all playable. On the Carolina side, it's Adam Thielen, and really just only Adam Thielen in terms of who I want in the passing game. He had just 1 catch for 2 yards in week 12. That was against Tennessee. That was a major disappointment against a pass defense that's not all that good. That was another one of those spots where it was like, all right, maybe Bryce Young, maybe this is the week. Maybe we can get there. Adam Thielen at the very least, maybe we get 1 catch for 2 yards. Targeted 3 times, ran 37 routes, ran his usual route package. Week before that, he was targeted 11 times. Week before that one, he was targeted 10 times. Caught 6 for 42 in week 10. Caught 8 for 74 in week 11. Hasn't been in the end zone since week 6. They had a bye in there in week 7, but now we're talking about 5 straight games with no touchdowns. 5 straight games under 75 yards. That does come on the heels of weeks 3, 5, and 6. He was over 100 yards with 11 catches and a touchdown each of those weeks. And then week 4, he had 7 for 76, no touchdown. He's the clear number 1 receiver. By the way, just to put numbers on the running back situation, Miles Sanders carried the ball 15 times for 28 yards last week, but 11 times for 50 yards the week before. Chuba Hubbard carried the ball 14 times for 45 yards and a touchdown last week, 10 times for 57 yards the week before. I guess maybe if we were mashing those guys together, we would have a competent running back. That's around 20 touches and around 100 yards each of those 2 games. But we can't mash those 2 guys together, and you certainly don't want to play them side by side. So without any kind of clarity and without a clear-cut number 1 between those 2 guys, in not a great spot, I have no desire to get to this rushing game again. DJ Shark, just a downfield dart throw type guy. Does rank 18th by points per dollar because he's only 3,200 on DraftKings. That said, this is probably pretty touchdown dependent. He had 3 catches last week for 34 yards on 4 targets. No catches the week before on no targets. Didn't play week 10. 2 catches and a touchdown, but 9 yards on 3 targets the week before that. Whoops. Didn't mean to go that quickly across. That was a waste of time because he's D period, J period with no junior or whatever on this stupid board. 6.7 yards per target on the season. There's, it's DJ Shark. Jonathan Mingo, 3,300, ranks 42nd and 29th, 43rd and 41st on the FanDuel slate. Mingo, 6 targets each of the last 2 games, 7 targets in week 10. 4 catches for 60 yards last time out, just 1 catch for 6 against Dallas in week 11. With just no faith in the quarterback's ability to deliver these guys the ball with any kind of regularity or any kind of downfield upside. Really kind of limited. Terrace Marshall didn't play the last 2 weeks. Another guy who's just downfield threat, but 55, 54 across DraftKings, 54, 53 across FanDuel. One big play out of any one of these 3 guys might put them on the value board, but barring that, we're really not dealing with much here. And then the tight end spot, we're down to Stephen Sullivan and Ian Thomas in the tight end position on this team. Sullivan ran 16 routes last game, targeted once caught it for 13 yards, targeted once the game before that on 8 routes. Ian Thomas ran 9. He was targeted once, caught it for 9 yards, 23 snaps for Thomas, 18 snaps for Sullivan. But again, the depth chart is just down to these last 2 guys. So for whatever limited action there is at the tight end position, flip a coin if you have to go to this team for some reason, if that same lunatic's got a gun to your head about this. But there are better tight ends on the board on both sides for both of these guys. Cleveland and Los Angeles. The return. 38, I want to say 38-year-old Joe Flacco. Spring chicken. 38 years old. I'm sure his arm feels great. I'm sure he feels young legs. When we're talking about the quarterback spot, it's never good to have the guy born within 6 years of me. I'm not the oldest guy in the world or in this industry, but I'm certainly not the youngest. Joe Flacco, only 6 years of separation from me. Nobody who was born in the Reagan administration is a viable quarterback anymore that I can think of. Unless like Tom Brady comes back maybe. Or Aaron Rodgers maybe, if he gets back. But yeah, there's not many quarterbacks this old or this out of football. And really honestly on this unappealing of a team overall. I just don't really like this passing game. I think Amari Cooper is a very skilled wide receiver. I think David Njoku is a good tight end. I don't love Elijah Moore, Cedric Tillman, or anything else about this passing game, though. Oops, that's not the right file. Going up against the defense, allowing plenty. 4.1 yards per rush attempt, 6.6 yards per pass attempt. It's not like Los Angeles is going to be out there shutting them down. They've allowed 280 yards a game through the air, 6.6 yards per attempt, 17 touchdowns on the season. They do have 36 sacks on a 21% pressure rate, where Cleveland has 34 on their 28% pressure rate. Both these teams are going to be throwing the blitz at the quarterbacks as well. 28% blitz rate for Cleveland, or for Los Angeles, 30% blitz rate for Cleveland. For his part, Stafford's thrown 13 touchdowns, 9 interceptions, completing 7.3 yards per pass attempt, 250 yards a game, throwing the ball 34 times a game, and some fantastic targets to work with. 7.9 intended air yards per attempt. There's obviously no stats for Joe Flacco. Stafford doesn't run with the ball really, but we're just looking for him to deliver a couple competent passes to these 2 guys. Maybe this guy. I don't love attacking this Cleveland pass defense like we talked about. They've given up just 142 yards a game, 10 touchdowns through the air this season. It's really good. I know I touched on it before, but Flacco last played the last week of last season. Through 33 passes, completed 18 of them for 149 yards in that game. 4.5 yards per pass attempt. One pass attempt over 20 yards. The rest of that season, he did play weeks 1, 2, and 3 last year. Threw the ball a hell of a lot. Gotta give him credit for that. Damn, he had a 307-yard, 4-touchdown game in week 2 of last year. That was against Cleveland. $307 yards and 4 touchdowns on 44 pass attempts in that week 2 game last year. He threw 59 passes in week 1 of last year, 309 yards and a touchdown. None of this is to say that Joe Flacco is at all appealing. What does he rank? Never unleashed the quarterback rankings. Yeah, 19th, 14th on DraftKings despite costing only $4,600. Kind of tells the story. 19th, 18th on FanDuel at $6,000. For Stafford, $5,900 puts him at 14, 17, 16, 17 for $6,900 on FanDuel. More the defense, I think, there. Kind of limiting Stafford's opportunity. And the fact that Cooper Kupp's been a little bit limited. In the ground game, it's another team with a bit of a split situation here. Jerome Ford carried the ball 9 times for 65 yards. He caught 4 of 7 passes for 14 more yards last week. While Kareem Hunt played just 18 snaps, carried the ball 7 times, 22 yards. But critically, Kareem Hunt, who went on a run of scoring touchdowns from every game in weeks 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10, he put up 6 touchdowns over that stretch, 1 in each game. Hasn't scored in weeks 11 or 12, but still 3 carries in the red zone last week, 1 carry in the red zone in week 11. They've been feeding him the ball when they get in close a little bit. And that's concerning for any Jerome Ford upside in terms of the touchdowns. Ford did have a red zone carry last week, and he had 3 the week before, and he got in the end zone on one of those. Or he got in the end zone, let's put it that way. I don't know if it was on one of the red zone carries. I assume it was because he only had 31 yards on his 12 carries that week. That was against Pittsburgh. But there continues to be some concern in my mind about a little bit of a volume split, but even more critically, the red zone touch split. And then that's just completely ignoring any involvement that Kareem Hunt might pick up in the passing game. He's been more limited in that than he used to be. He saw 3 targets in week 11, caught all 3 of them, but put up just 1 yard, 17 routes run. That was his target high since week 6, where he also saw 3 targets. Caught those for 24 yards. Every other week it's been 1 target, no targets, handful of routes run. And the snaps were not halved exactly, but they dropped from 12, the rushing attempts dropped from 12 to 7 last week. The snaps dropped from 31 to 18. Is that a factor of the game script? Is that a factor of them trying to lean back the other way and give the ball to Jerome Ford a little bit more? We'll see. But right now I'm just more concerned about this split situation. Overall, though, Ford does pick up a decent projection. 11th by points on DraftKings and 4th by points per dollar. That's where I get concerned. Both sites, 11-4. It's another. I'm gonna jot it down to look at it even a little bit more. I spent time on that one the other night, and I want to go back to it. I just don't love as I've talked about it, and I think every one of these shows for the last few weeks, as we've developed more and more of these split backfield situations, it's just not something that's great for DFS. When I don't know where the touchdown's going, or have a strong inkling that 2 out of your 3 chances in close are going to go to my guy, that makes it really dicey for some of these plays, and especially, again, when they rank out like this for value, like what we saw with that Jets-Atlanta game. So now if I get filthy with options from Jets Atlanta. I got a Jerome Ford share in there. Part of the Pittsburgh split backfield. Like, he could just be booking 0 after 0 at that point. But all these guys do, they're showing value for a reason, right? They project well. The salary's there. I just get situationally concerned about what the model can and can't see, I guess is a way to put that. If that makes sense. Kyren Williams, RB 912 on DraftKings, RB 713 on FanDuel. Different than these other guys in that his points are outpacing his value, but his volume is there. No real crazy concern at this point about the Freeman side of things. Although, well, no, actually I shouldn't. I don't know if I should say that. Freeman carried the ball 13 times last week, 77 yards and a touchdown, where Kyren carried it 16 times for 143. He was also targeted 6 times, caught all 6 of them for 61 and 2 touchdowns. So you're talking about 22 touches for Kyren in his return, and Freeman had 13. It's a lot of running back touches. Red zone carries were 4 of them went in Kyren's direction, and Freeman picked up 3. I might not be giving Freeman enough credit. Ford and Hunt and Freeman, Kyren. That's why I like these Sunday marathon shows, Sometimes it's crazy to talk about every player that's on the depth chart, but it definitely helps me identify these situations and correct them going into overnight Saturday and into Sunday. This is what I do with these players when I'm not doing shows too. I sit here and I look at them individually and these situations, and it used to be my full Saturday night. Now I do it with you guys, and then I continue doing it after the fact. But it's really, for me, it's I think critical to really try and get laser focused on where this ball's going. So still is number 1, number 2. But if Freeman's going to get anything like the carries that he got last week at 4,500, 5,400, that could be a little bit more valuable than it looks like here. Trey says, I do like Ford a little, 70% of the snaps last week. I'm here for the in-depth dive. Do the same thing all night. Love it, buddy. Yeah, look, this show is obviously not for the faint of heart. A lot of people pick this up and I'm sure listen to it on increased speed. I know Larry will be, say hi to Larry every morning, every week during the show at some point. I know Larry will be listening to it at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. But yeah, we digging deep for a reason. It's not just to sit here for 3 hours talking to you guys, but as far as my neighbors think, probably talking to myself. I always wonder if they can hear me through the floor up there, especially when we get to like 11 o'clock and I'm like, he's got 2 touches in 6 weeks. The hell is that guy doing down there? So Cooper Kupp, let's get into the Cooper Kupp part of this, because that's also interesting with all those touches going in the running back's direction. Cooper Kupp saw just 5 targets last week, caught 3 of them for 18 yards. There's 1 target the week before that, only ran 8 routes that week, 14 snaps. So we'll forgive him the week 11 game. But in week 12 against Arizona, 58 snaps, 31 routes, just 5 targets, and again, just 3 catches for 18 yards. Concerning. He had more yards and catches. No, not catches. That's 8, 11, 12. So in the last 1, 2, 3, 5 games combined, he's had 12 catches for, let's call it around 115 yards. And in the first 2 weeks back, weeks 5 and 6, he had 15 catches for like 270 yards and 1 touchdown. Only the 1 touchdown all season. It's a little bit disappointing right now for Cooper Kupp, I got to say. And if they're going to go back to feeding the running backs the ball that much, and with Puka to give some volume to, it gets concerning. I don't know how the targets and the touches come back necessarily for Cooper Kupp if they're going this route. He did draw 7 targets in that Week 9 game, just caught 2 of them. Caught 4 of 10 in the Week 8 game. There just hasn't been a good connection. 2 of 7 in Week 7. These are not Cooper Kupp type numbers. Puka last week caught half his passes, 4 of 8, just 27 yards, but did have 70 yards and a touchdown the week before that. Caught 5 of 7 that week. He's definitely taken a downturn too, though. 3 catches in each of weeks 8 and 9 on 7 targets each of those weeks. Just 1 touchdown in his last 6 games. 3 touchdowns all season. Just was a absolute target and yardage monster early, so we didn't notice the lack of touchdowns as much. 15 catches and 147 yards will do that. I just realized you guys were still looking at running backs. Overall, Puka ranks 12th. Cooper Kupp ranks 15th by raw points, but they're still priced up a little bit compared to a lot of the other guys on the slate. Wide receiver 31 and 46 by points per dollar. 20th and 21st on FanDuel by points per dollar. Not ideal. Like, if you're going to take chances on those guys, and it's weird to say take chances on guys like that. Even, Puka earned that early in the season, and especially Cooper Kupp. It's insane to refer to just playing Cooper Kupp at 7,800 as taking a chance. But given the output lately, over the last handful of weeks, given the volume over the last handful of weeks, it is kind of chancing it, and he's not really priced appropriate for value. Not really chance taker kind of pricing here. Tyler Higbee got in the end zone twice last game. Caught all 5 of his passes. Only 29 yards, but who cares? Caught both his red zone targets, and they came down in the end zone. That's a monster out of Tyler Higbee if you get that kind of a performance. Anytime you can throw that tight end dart for 3,700, land on 2 touchdowns, handful of catches, it's obviously primo. Doesn't rank out crazy. We're not giving him a major uptick, but has that kind of similar upside. If they get in close, they might go his direction instead of toward one of the running backs, instead of toward Cooper Kupp or Puka Nacua. Kupp has 1 red zone target in their last 3 games. Nacua has 4. 1 last week, 3 the week before. Tyler Higbee, 2 red zone targets last week, none the week before that. Atwell could probably be projected a little bit lower than this. I wrote him down already, didn't I? Yeah, I did. That's right. We talked about him before. I forgot. Probably needs to lose a catch here on the DK side, but still just lands 32nd, 26th, 41st, 45th on the FanDuel slate. Last week, 3 catches, 76 yards. Good. Only 3 targets, ran only 11 routes, 24 snaps. It's just more limited than it was early in the season when he was a pretty decent option who was drawing 8 or 9 targets a game over the first 4 or 5 weeks of the season. Haven't seen that guy in a while. Needs to make big plays, which is perfectly fine for DFS, but not really when he's only showing this much value. Nobody really down board the Demarcus Robinsons, Ben Skoronix of the world. And then on the Cleveland side, Amari Cooper, again, we're dealing with Joe Flacco. It's just so confounding. Cooper, 2 catches last week, 6 targets, 16 yards. Hasn't been in the end zone since his decent week 9. That game he had 5 catches, 139 yards, and a touchdown on 5 targets. The volume's there, though. Going back to week 8, he had 11 targets, then 5, 9, 8, 6. 6 catches for 98 in week 10 against Baltimore. Very good defense there. Pittsburgh, Denver didn't really do too much the last 2 games, but the go-to wide receiver option in this offense, clearly. David Njoku picked up a bunch of volume in the last, call it 6 weeks at this point. It was a real just big change. Right around week 6, they just started going his direction a lot more, and they haven't stopped. 9 targets in week 7, 8, 6, 9 in week 10. A monster 15 target game, caught 7 of them for 56 yards. Didn't really put up the monster fantasy score in that one, but tons and tons of volume. That was in week 11 against Pittsburgh, and then came back the next week. 9 targets last week, 6 catches, 59 yards. 2 touchdowns over that stretch, weeks 8 and 9. 77 yards for 4 catches in week 8. Just 26 yards, but scored the touchdown on 4 catches in week 9. Assuming they just go back to him another 8 or 9 times, and with upside beyond that, clearly, Njoku's a reasonable consideration at the tight end spot. Ranks 4th and 2nd on DraftKings and 4th and 1st on FanDuel for 5,600, 4,100. There's a lot of these ugly, clunky spots that are coming up as good value plays, though. I do like David Njoku. That one I'm not going to complain about too much because I like the player, I like the talent, and for that price, that's good enough. And if we think about the version of Joe Flacco that's going to be playing in this game, there's reason to believe that the tight end might pick up a few additional targets. So, okay, it's old news. Yeah, I don't mind this option. I probably like Njoku a little bit better, honestly, than I like Amari Cooper in this situation, given the value that he's showing. Cooper ranks out fine, 19th, 17th, 19th, 16th. Elijah Moore for 3,500. Oh, God. We got to do something about these value spots. We're not going to do anything about it other than probably end up having to play some of them. I'm glad he's not showing that value on FanDuel. I'll say that much. 3,500 ranks wide receiver 31 by points, but wide receiver 2 by points per dollar on DraftKings. 3 catches for 44 last week. Carried the ball once for 0 yards. Did draw 9 targets in that game. 7 targets each of the 2 games before that. In week 10 against Baltimore, he got 5 of those for 44 yards and a touchdown. It's the only touchdown he scored all season. Caught 6 of 7 for 60 yards against Pittsburgh in week 11. That was his yardage high on the season. Value-based. We all understand that this is only a value play, yes? Nobody here is really saying that Elijah Moore is a good option this week in terms of his fantasy total, how it ranks for fantasy points against anybody else. It's just that it does it at 3,500. I want to hammer that home because this dude's going to go out there and catch 3 passes for like 22 yards. Trey says average of 25 yards the last 5 games for Cooper Kupp. Yeah, as I was doing that, just going through it, I didn't do the average in my head, obviously, but yeah, it's just not looking good. Rams, big Larry. Oh, Larry. I thought that was LA Rams. Big Larry, early AM. Big Larry, what it do? And shout out to Po DJ and Wake and Bake Bitches from Trey. Those guys will enjoy that tomorrow, I'm sure. So yeah, nothing downboard for the LA side, and then the Cleveland side. Outside of Moore showing that DraftKings value, I don't really think we want to go to the said Tillman, Jordan Akins, Harrison Bryant, David Bell contingent here. Tillman did catch 4 of 5 for 55 last week, by far his biggest game of the season. Akins untargeted the last 2 games. 10 snaps with the offense last week, ran 7 routes, no targets. 14 snaps, ran 6 routes, no targets the week before that. Bryant out there a little bit more. 14 snaps last week, 24, call it an average of 24 the 4 weeks before that. 4 to 7 routes each of those weeks. 0 or 1 targets each of those, 1 or 0 catches, and no more than 3 yards in any of those games. Did have a touchdown last week, though, frustratingly. 1 red zone target, came down with it in the end zone. Even if you got that at 25, I don't think it's enough. Right? The tight end, the 1 target touchdown dependent tight ends from main slates, that's a showdown play. Totally different if you get that Harrison Bryant touchdown on 1 target and a couple of yards in a showdown format. In a main slate, it's even at 25, it's just not enough to get you there. You're going to come up a few points shy of where you want to be. That 500 difference between him or 1,000 difference, it's not going to be enough to pay to make up enough points in most weeks. Not every time, obviously. But I don't love those plays. I like to get a little security at tight end, kind of similar to how I approach running back. I like to get a little security at running back, a little security at tight end. And then I take my chances a lot more with wide receivers. Wide receivers and to some extent the quarterback or just the stack that I'm using. That's where I'll get a little bit different. think we touched on most of these guys. Not a lot left here. Let's keep this thing moving. A lot of football to talk about still. Denver, Houston, good one here. Target little game on both sides, I think. All right. Russ Wilson, QB4, QB2 on DraftKings, 4-3 on FanDuel. CJ Stroud, he's 8,100 on DraftKings. Not a great price. Puts him at QB3 by points, but QB12 by points per dollar. On FanDuel for 8,000, he's QB3-4. Going up against the defense allowing 233 yards a game. They have 19 touchdowns allowed on the season through the air. Pressuring the quarterback just 18% of the time, despite a 29% blitz rate. Only 23 sacks on the season. There's good reason to suspect that CJ Stroud's going to be able to succeed against this Denver D outside of those outlier games that they've put up against pretty good Patrick Mahomes level quarterbacks. I still lean into the idea that Houston succeeds here. CJ Stroud has a day. Probably see Russ Wilson have a decent day on the other side. They're giving up 250 yards a game, 7 yards per attempt. Only 11 touchdowns. They've been a little bit bend, don't break through the air. 7.8 yard defensive ADOT, a 23% pressure rate, 24 sacks, and just 8 interceptions for the Houston D. Russ Wilson, I think, has proven himself capable enough to handle a defense like this at this point. Some pretty good weapons on his side. Overall on the season, he's thrown for 206 yards a game, but he's thrown 20 touchdown passes. So that's got some appeal here. Throwing the ball 30 times a game. CJ's throwing the ball 35 times a game. He's thrown 19 touchdowns and only 5 interceptions. Russ has only thrown 4 interceptions. So both of these guys operating pretty efficiently, throwing a lot of touchdowns. CJ obviously outpacing him in attempts and yardage and yards per pass attempt, 8.3 yards per pass attempt versus Russ's 7. 5.3 air yards per attempt versus 4. 9.1 intended air yards per attempt versus 6.7. They're playing the game differently, but they're seeing very similar results in the overall sense in terms of touchdowns and interceptions anyway. Yardage is very different. Stroud has 3 rushing touchdowns to Russ's 1. Russ runs the ball a little bit more, succeeds a little bit more in terms of yardage. Neither one of these guys is really a rushing quarterback target at this point, though. Let's look at this backfield split, because Samaji was all right last week. Javonte carried the ball 18 times for 65. Also picked up 6 targets, caught 3 of them for 6. And then Samaji, 7 carries, but put up 55 yards and a touchdown on his 16 snaps. Some efficient running. He had a 20-yard run in there. So, overall, I don't really see any concern there. He actually played fewer snaps than he had each of the 2 weeks before that, where Javonte Williams went up from 36, then 24, up to 44 snaps. Outside of Samaji kind of breaking one and getting one in the end zone there, I actually think it's more encouraging on the Javonte side of the ball. Plenty of involvement in the passing game. The opportunity for 20-ish, 20-plus touches. Had 21 last week, had the opportunity for 24. Not bad when you get him for 5,700. RB8, RB2 by value. RB9-3 on FanDuel for 66. Going up against a Houston D that's 3.7 yards per rush attempt. Limiting yardage a little bit, 95 yards a game, but allowing more than a touchdown a game on the ground. Kind of interesting. And then this situation. 155 yards a game, 5.5 yards per rush attempt allowed, a touchdown per game allowed on the ground by the Denver D. Obviously, we've got some skew in there still from the total disasters. But I think it spells a little bit of opportunity for Singletary and for Pierce. Singletary last game, just 6 carries for 18 yards, caught 6 of 7 passes for 54. Dameon Pierce came back, carried the ball 5 times for 14 yards, caught 1 of 1 pass. He played 11 snaps. Singletary played 47 snaps. Pierce was out for 3 straight weeks before that. Before going out in week 8, he played 24 snaps. Singletary in week 8 was at 23 snaps. So, I mean, in the 3 weeks he was out, Singletary played 2 really good games. And then the first one wasn't good against Tampa Bay. But weeks 10 and 11, 100 plus yards and a touchdown each of those 2 weeks. 30 carries in week 10, 22 carries in week 11. And it seems like he clearly maintained the premium role last week. So, with the idea that there's plenty of upside against this rush defense, he just ranks 20th and 18th at 5,900, 20th and 17th at 7,000 on FanDuel. But I think he's my preferred running back. This could be, I don't want to call it sneaky because I don't know how he's projected in other places. Maybe by my model it's sneaky. Maybe it's a spot that I don't want to put any weight on it because this is projected correctly through the model. And it's not like Pierce is drawing off touches here. Maybe 1 or 2. All right. I'll jot him down. We'll take a look at Singletary's touches. Just make sure that they're exactly where they need to be. This won't go up by much. Maybe see him, less than a half a point. Maybe it takes him to 19, 17 or something like that. But potentially, maybe a guy who's not quite hitting the board through the projections in the model, who deserves a little bit of attention. I don't love putting things that way, but situationally and volume-wise, there is some potential here for him to create a little bit of havoc on this slate. In the passing game, the Houston passing game's a mess, right? Isn't everybody on Houston questionable? Let's see if anything changed. As far as Houston goes, Tank Dell questionable, Noah Brown questionable, Dalton Schultz out. So Nico's not on the injury report, Robert Woods not on the injury report. Noah Brown, we got the news earlier in the show that he's expected to play, barring a pregame setback, and it seems like Tank Dell was planning on playing. I believe he even said that he's going to play. So presumably, these guys are all going to be on the board. Noah Brown would probably drop in between Nico and Robert Woods at this point. Robert Woods probably takes a little bit of a step back, but he was involved enough. He's involved enough in terms of red zone targets. I think we keep him. Doesn't really project great. Wide receiver 34.40 on DraftKings, 38.39 on FanDuel, despite being a $3,900 option, $5,200 option. Tank wide receiver 5 by points. Nico wide receiver 7 by points. They're 4th and 8th on the FanDuel slate. They maintain their points per dollar better on FanDuel. 8,200 and 7,600 over there puts them as 4th and 5th by points per dollar, where 7,468 against the DraftKings cap has them at 19 and 9. Yeah, Metal Alloy, some of Denver's stats are still skewed. Just they're going to be that way the entire season. There's just not enough sample. Overall, 5.5 yards per rush attempt, 155 yards a game, and a touchdown a game. Ranks him 32nd out of 32 teams, the 5.5 yards per rush attempt. So they're not a good defense, but they've had okay games, which you can cherry pick NFL games all season long. And this team's not good, but they were good these 3 times out of 17. So it's that's why I don't love NFL stats. It's such a small sample. So for Tank, 8 targets last week, double-digit targets 3 straight games before that. At least one touchdown in 4 straight games. Had 2 back in week 9, 114 yards in that game. 1 in week 10, 1 in week 11, had 149 yards in that game. 50 yards on 5 catches with a touchdown last week. Nico over that same stretch, 2 touchdowns in 3 games, didn't play week 10. 7 catches each of the last 2 weeks. 104 yards and a touchdown on 9 targets last week. 7 for 65 on 11 targets the week before. And then in week 9, it was 3 catches on 5 targets, 54 yards and a touchdown. Prime pair of receivers, especially with no Schultz, who does draw a pretty good amount of targets and a lot of attention in the red zone when they get in close. I like those 2 guys to take a little step forward. I think that does also play in Robert Woods' favor, though. Woods over the course of the season, I feel like we've talked about this a few times. No targets in the red zone last week, but had a target in the red zone in week 11. Also picked up 5 catches on 8 targets that week for 44 yards. 2 targets in the red zone in week 10. A target every week in the red zone in weeks 4, 5, and 6. And then 3 targets in the red zone in week 2. So once they get in there, they look the veterans' direction a little bit. Noah Brown, no action in the last 2 weeks. Came off of week 9, 6 catches for 153 and a touchdown on 6 targets, 32 routes run. 7 catches for 172 and no touchdown, 8 targets in week 10. But those were games that were played. One of those anyway. Nico was out in week 10. Okay, Tank Smith was in week 6. Got to remember who's on the field when with this team. Robert Woods was out in weeks 8 and 9. Right, so 2 of those games came with no Robert Woods. 1 of those games came with no Nico. But Noah Brown is a very capable receiver. You can connect with him on a couple of big plays. We'll see what the volume looks like coming back from 2 straight DNPs. Then we get Brevin Jordan at the tight end position. He ran 18 routes last week, was targeted twice, caught 1 of them for 9 yards. Had a touchdown all the way back in week 3. Very limited action so far for Brevin Jordan this year. But seems like, the clear tight end 1 in this offense right now. It's him and Eric Saubert. And this is an offense that likes to go to that tight end position. In 2021, he had 3 touchdowns, just 20 catches for 178 yards on 28 targets, 14 catches for 128 yards, no touchdowns last year, and then 6 catches so far this year, 60 yards, 1 touchdown on 7 targets. Could see that many targets this week, though. That was Brevin Jordan that I was just talking about. So he ranks 16th by points, but he ranks 4th by points per dollar on DraftKings at 2,500. Just on the idea that if those Schultz targets, and this isn't where Schultz would be projected in that situation, but for the money and for the idea that they might throw the ball his direction twice in the end zone, kind of appealing. 4,300, ranks 14th and 8th on FanDuel. It's a tight end dart. This is a more realistic tight end dart to me, though, than the ones we were looking at before. Those stupid guys that were, 1.5 or whatever type of projections, but maybe get their target in the end zone. There's a realistic possibility that Brevin Jordan sees 4 or 5 targets and the opportunity to score a touchdown this week. Less so for anybody down this way. It could go in Saubert's direction at the tight end spot. He played 10 snaps last week, ran 2 routes, wasn't targeted. Hasn't been targeted in his 4 games this season, despite running 2 routes in 3 of the games. He's played a total of 44 snaps with the offense. Not really thinking too much about Eric Saubert there. And then I think we're just too deep at the wide receiver spot at this point where John Mechie, Xavier Hutchinson just don't get involved. Hutchinson did have 1 catch for 34 yards, ran 6 routes, was targeted just the once, but had a big 34-yard catch. But outside of a one play like that kind of a situation, I really don't think you're getting anything out of those guys. And then for Denver, Cortland Sutton, as we talked about, clearly has taken over the premium role here. 6 targets last week, 5 the week before, 11 the week before that. 2 touchdowns across the 3 games. 53, 66, and 61 yards on 8, 4, and 3 catches. Diminishing returns each of those weeks. But Jerry Jeudy over the same stretch. 2 games with 3 targets. 1 game with 7 targets. That was the week 11 game. He caught 5 of those for 58 yards. In the other 2 games, 3 of 3 for 35. 2 of 3 for 11 last week. Scored in week 8. That's his only touchdown all season. Has not been over 7 catches in a game. Had an 81-yard game back in week 3 on 5 catches, 7 targets. Also hasn't been over 7 targets all year. It's a bad season for Jerry Jeudy. Marvin Mims continues to run some wind sprints for this team. 13 routes run last week, targeted 3 times. A little bit of an uptick, I guess, technically over the last 2 games. 3 targets in each game. 2 catches in each game, 12 yards and then 24 yards. So technically, he's doubling, right? He's due for another 3 targets, 2 catches, and 48 yards this week. Maybe even a quarter of a touchdown. It's just been really limited. They just don't look this kid's direction all that often. They have him run a few routes. He's got some talent, got some speed, but until they start looking his direction, he's really not that valuable for fantasy outside of maybe a cheap dart throw. Wide receiver 37-14 on DraftKings, 36-32 on FanDuel, where fortunately don't have to throw that dart that often. 3,300, maybe a little bit of bent appeal on the DraftKings slate. Oops. Troutman, a little bit of touchdown upside maybe. Scored last week, 1 target, 1 catch, 8 yards. 57 snaps, ran 18 routes. 41 snaps the week before that, 25 routes run, targeted twice. Caught both of those for 33. Caught both of his targets the week before that for 15. Just not a high-end target, not a high-volume tight end. 4 catches is a season high. That was back in week 5 against the Jets. 26 yards and a touchdown that week on 31 routes, 5 targets. It was also his target high for the season. I didn't really mention Jaleel McLaughlin before. He got 2 carries last week, 1 carry the week before that, 6 carries the week before that. Has not been over 8 yards. Did see 5 targets, caught all 5 of them for 14 yards in the week 11 game. Untargeted last week, no routes run. I think the Jaleel McLaughlin show is over, barring something changing in that backfield. Or at least for this year. Manhurts, Adkins, David Sills, no reason to go to any of these guys. 0.05. I can't even believe he made the list. I wonder what that's based on. 0.05. That's got to be like the back end projection must be like 1 catch all year. Wide receiver 102 across the board. So a lot of good options on this side. Not as much on this side, but 2 playable receivers. Definitely a playable rushing game. I think you can stack Denver a little bit. I'd probably include the running backs in the stacks for Denver. There's just enough there. But the way that both quarterbacks project out, and with just enough talent in the passing game on Denver's side, I think we'll get to this stack pretty decent amount. I think I'll have some combinations where it's Stroud +2 plus a Cortland Sutton, Stroud +2 plus a Javonte, something like that. Perfectly fine. Russ is probably more the Russ +1, Russ +1 plus a bring back. Those kind of plays. Not to say that you can't succeed with like Russ, Javonte, Sutton. You can get there. And he's also cheap. I mean, Russ Wilson, even at this point, for 5,700 on DraftKings, for a guy who's thrown, 20 touchdown passes and only 4 interceptions this year in 10 games? That's a really cheap price. Projects out like a very good piece of value. Again, they were 14th on both sites by points, Denver, but first on DraftKings by points per dollar. 7th on FanDuel by points per dollar. Houston is 5.10 and 5.4 on FanDuel. Really like how Houston looks on the FanDuel slate. Detroit, New Orleans, another pretty decent game. Touched on a little bit up top. Again, I do like this Detroit passing game, but I don't like attacking New Orleans with passing. At least not habitually. So it'll be interesting to see how that one comes through overall. But Jared Goff projects out very well on his own. Jared Goff plus Amon-Ra. I think there's obviously plenty of sense in going to that combo. Samuel Porta, very strong tight end option. And then some decent Jameson Williams, Josh Reynolds, Khalif Raymond. Some decent cheapo wide receivers to work with. So it is a passing game in terms of the players available, the type of offense that I do like getting to. But as I touched on at the top of the show, the fact that they have to give up so much to this now really effective two-headed backfield, it's still a little concerning, and especially when they're up against a very good pass defense. I could see them just leaning into the rush game. I really could. Goff ranks 7th on both sites by points, 7th on DK by points per dollar, 6th on FanDuel by points per dollar. But going up against a team allowing fewer than 200 yards per game, 14 touchdowns on the season, just 18 sacks, but 14 interceptions. If I was worried about something, I would rather probably see this be skewed more towards sacks. 14 interceptions against Goff. He's thrown 8 on the year. But that doesn't fill me with confidence, the fact that they have picked the ball off fairly effectively. I don't know why I'm bouncing back and forth like that. Sorry. 24% pressure rate on the other side for Detroit. They've racked up 23 sacks, only picked off 8 passes. Derek Carr's thrown only 10 touchdown passes on the season. He's had some issues being in and out of games. 5 interceptions, 223 yards a game, throwing the ball 33 times, 6.7 yards per pass attempt. Goff better across the board, throwing the ball 36 times a game, 7.6 yards per pass attempt, 18 passing touchdowns, 274 yards a game, a 4.6 air yards per attempt, 6.7 intended air yards. That's interesting results. 8.2 intended air yards for Derek Carr, only coming up and completing 4 of them, 6.7 yards total. No real need to consider either of these guys for their rushing ability, obviously. Goff's run 2 in on the season. Based on how it's projecting, I do like Goff better, obviously. Picking up about 4 fantasy points on both sides. It's pretty clear cut. But I don't love it situationally, going up against this pretty good pass defense. You just see the Jared Goff, no touchdowns, 3 interceptions, 200 yards maybe type of a game staring me in the face with this one. I don't love it. Gibbs and Monty. Let's see. 11 carries for 54 for Gibbs last time. In week 11, he had just 8 carries for 36, but scored a touchdown. He also caught 6 of 6 that week for another 59. Last week, he caught 4 of 8 for 19 more yards. In week 10, he carried the ball 14 times, scored 2 touchdowns, 77 yards, also caught 3 of 5 passes. Across those same 3 games, David Montgomery, 3 touchdowns, 1 in each game. No fewer than 12 carries. Had 12 carries and 116 yards and a touchdown in week 10. 12 for 76 and a touchdown in week 11. 15 for 71 and a touchdown in last week's game. There's a lot of volume going in the direction of the running backs. Overall, Montgomery, 22 snaps last week, 24 each of the weeks before that. Gibbs, 54 snaps last week, 33 and 37 the 2 weeks before that. So Gibbs is out-snapping him. He's getting roughly similar touches in the rushing game, and he's getting easily the preferred volume in the passing game. I do think that it makes sense to have Gibbs a little bit ahead. The gap should maybe arguably be even wider than this. They're very, very close. But they've both been really productive, and Montgomery, just on the upside of the touchdowns, kind of just maintains that value. So I think we're going right back to the well with these guys. terms of red zone carries, Montgomery's had at least 3 in their last 3 games, 4, 3, and 4. He's had a monster back in week 4, 12 red zone carries. That's more than a lot of running backs have had all season. He had 32 carries that game, 121 yards, and 3 touchdowns. All told, Montgomery has how many rushing touchdowns this season? 9 rushing touchdowns, 4.9 yards per attempt. Gibbs has 5.2 yards per attempt. Those are 2 very high-end running backs. I think you go to either one of them. If you're going to one of them in stacks as part of the passing game, it's Gibbs. That's really the only spot where there's a clear, this is the guy you want in that situation. Otherwise, I mean, you can see it right in how they project out. They're both playable. Could definitely cannibalize one another, though. Kamara doesn't really have that problem, even with Jamal Williams there. Jamal picked up, where is he? Just 2 carries last week for 6 yards. Another 2 targets, 2 catches, 4 yards. His season high was week 1. 18 carries for 45 yards that week. There's no Kamara that week. Really, it is the Alvin Kamara show in the backfield. 15 carries last week, caught 4 or 5 passes. Easy volume in the 16 to 20 range at worst. Hasn't been in the end zone since week 8. Has the ridiculous volume in the passing game from time to time. Well, ridiculous ongoing volume with crazy spikes. Let's put it that way. 2 games this year. 2 games with 14 targets, one of which he caught 13. The other one he caught 12. In the 13 catch game, he only had 33 yards. In the 12 catch game, he had 91 yards. Obviously, one of those is better than the other. Just 1 receiving touchdown on the year, but frequently targeted in the red zone. Tons of touches in the red zone. So lots and lots of touchdown upside for Alvin Kamara. Don't really need to sell anybody this running back, I don't think. Projects out really well, too. RB2 by points. RB3 on FanDuel, 8th by points per dollar, 13th by points per dollar. It's very expensive. Not totally sure I want to spend my money going up against a team that is fairly effective at limiting rush yardage, fairly effective at limiting rushing touchdowns. 3.9 yards per attempt, 91 yards a game, 0.73 touchdowns a game. But it's Alvin Kamara. Just on volume alone, we could get there. On DraftKings, on catches, you could mostly get there. You could get halfway there on catches alone. Amon-Ra and Sammy are your big targets on the Detroit side. No surprises there. Amon-Ra, 9 catches last week for 95. Going back the weeks before that, 8 catches each of those weeks. Scored a touchdown each of those weeks. Monster target opportunities any given week. Last 2 weeks, he had 11 targets. 9 targets apiece in the 2 games in between those, and a 19-target game back in week 7. Against Baltimore, too, week 7. 13 of 19 for 102 yards. In week 6, he was 12 of 15 for 124 and a touchdown. He's got 500-yard games on the season. Sam Laporta got in the end zone last week. It was his first time scoring a touchdown since week 8. But he's still very involved. 5 targets in weeks 10 and 11. 4 catches for 40. 3 catches for 18. Neither one of those was great for fantasy. But 5 catches, 47 yards, and a touchdown on 8 targets last week. I'll take that any day. And the game before the bye week, back in week 8, caught 8 of 10 for 57 and a touchdown. Kind of similar output. Absolutely will take that. The volume's down a little bit since the bye week. Going into the bye, it was 11, 7, and 10 targets the 3 weeks before the bye. Since the bye, it's just 5, 5, and 8 targets. They are working Jamison Williams in a little bit. Actually, no. He's still the same 2, 3, 3 targets. Just had a big uptick in back in week 7. Had 6 targets in that game. Didn't catch any of them. I guess it's the catches that I'm thinking of a little bit more. 2 catches in each of the last 3 games. 44 yards, 51 yards. Scored a touchdown in week 11. What's Jameson's A dot? It's got to be pretty good. I've also seen them just miss him on a couple decent opportunities. Just watching these games. Yeah, still a 16.6 yard A dot. The kid's a tremendous talent. If they happen to connect on the right day, where he actually looks up at the right time, sees the ball, and has gotten himself open, you're talking about big play upside. Wide receiver 41, 44, not showing any real value in terms of where he's projected, not against the price or anything like that. But if you're going to a bunch of Detroit stacks, I definitely want to get to some Jameson Williams. And I tell you what, as a dart throw option, in terms of just the 3 target, but you get your targets way down the field type options on the slate, he's one of the more talented overall guys. So for 3,600, if you just want to think of him that way, not a terrible option. Reynolds, 2 catches, 15 yards, but scored a touchdown last week on 4 targets. Khalif Raymond, 5 catches, 90 yards on 5 targets. Also carried the ball for 6 yards. Was more limited than that in the couple weeks before that. Back in week 10, 2 catches, 46 yards, 1 catch for 5 yards. The opportunities are where Khalif Raymond is another one that's just a couple of targets a game. But 4, 2, 5 the last 3 games. That came on 11, and 16 routes run. So it's just not great when your somewhat limited targets also come on somewhat limited routes. I kind of prefer the guys who, through whatever reason, you're averaging just 3, 4 targets a game, but you're at least out there running, 30-ish routes, and they just don't go your way. Because then any given game, any given game script, you get a couple additional opportunities while you're already out there. For a guy like Khalif Raymond, something has to change for him to be out there and run the additional routes to see the additional target volume, if that makes sense. But I do like them as dart throw type options. There is a little bit of big playability. There's a little bit of touchdown upside for both Reynolds and Raymond. 11.1 yard A dot. Josh Reynolds outpacing Khalif Raymond in terms of the average depth of target. Delivering 11.4 yards per target. 4 receiving touchdowns also on the year for Josh Reynolds. Nobody down this way. Brock Wright, James Mitchell, Donovan Peoples-Jones. No real reason to go to those guys. Brock Wright, 25 snaps with the offense last week. Ran 11 routes. Targeted once. Caught it for 9 yards. Got in the end zone in week 10. 2 catches, 23 yards, and a touchdown that week. Pretty thin. On this side, Chris Olave still, I believe, questionable, if I'm remembering accurately. Yeah. Concussion, that's right. He practiced on Friday, still has to clear the protocol. Seems like he's going to be out there. I mean, I know the protocol is, allegedly strict and difficult to clear and all of that, but the fact that he's practicing leads me to believe that he'll have an opportunity to clear protocol. So, assuming he does, the clear number 1 target, wide receiver 10 by points, 25th by points per dollar, though, at 6,900 on DraftKings. 11th and 9th, a lot more friendly pricing, 7,500 on the FanDuel slate relatively. Going up against the Detroit pass defense that's allowing 6.7 yards per pass attempt. This is the whole defensively in these two teams. 227 yards a game, 1.7 touchdowns a game through the air, an 8.9 yard defensive A dot. And honestly, for as much as I've said that I do think that the New Orleans is a good pass defense, they're more a break don't bend, where they're giving up a touchdown plus per game, but just 5.9 yards per attempt and fewer than 200 yards a game. So you can get in the end zone against New Orleans a little bit through the air. Downboard after Olave, assuming that you get Olave, who, where is he? Last game he had 7 catches, 114 yards on 9 targets. Got in the end zone each of their 2 games before that one. They had a bye in week 11, but weeks 9 and 10 he scored touchdowns. 6 catches in each of those games. Easily the number one. With no Rashid Shaheed, then we get down to A.T. Perry. He ran 31 routes in week 12. He was targeted twice, caught one of them for 7 yards. Had a touchdown back in week 10. Targeted 4 times in that game, 2 catches, 38 yards, and a touchdown, 39 routes run. Lynn Bowden Jr., 22 routes, 2 targets. Didn't catch him. Also carried the ball twice for 40 yards, though. It's interesting if they're going to mix him in that way. Anybody with a little bit of big playability and a team that likes to get creative, all you have to do is look at Taysom Hill to figure out how creative they like to get. That said, Hill last week, week 12 at Atlanta, 7 carries for 26 yards. Didn't throw the ball. He threw a touchdown pass back in week 9. Completed 1 of 1 pass that week. Week before that, he completed 1 of 2 for 44 yards. He also carried the ball 9 times for 63 yards and 2 touchdowns that game. In week 9, he carried the ball 11 times for 52 yards. Couple of targets, couple of catches. It's Taysom Hill. He's a Swiss Army knife. He plays basically every role, but ranks out right now as tight end 12, tight end 22, getting outpaced by their actual tight end, Juwan Johnson, a little bit, who ranks 9th and 6th on both sites. Johnson caught 4 of 7 passes for 45 yards last week, played 50 snaps, ran 34 routes. He is the true tight end in this offense. Said it last week, say it again. 46 snaps each of the 2 games before that in weeks 9 and 10. Scored a touchdown back in week 9. Good season last year. I like Juwan Johnson. I like that he's cheap. Both sites, really. 34 on DraftKings, a lot of appeal there. Especially with like limited other places to go. You can go to Olave a little bit. You can have Taysom Hill be a gadget player all you want. You can have Alvin Kamara touch the ball 30 times. But outside of those options, you're going to need somebody somewhat reliable here. And Juwan's it. I don't mind the Juwan Johnson play at all. And I think I like him better than the Perrys and Bowdens and Marquez Callaways of the world. Callaway, if he's out there at all, we're looking at a 2022 game log. I think that's the last time he played. 7 snaps back in week 18 of last year. Ran 1 route, caught 1 target. I don't even know if he's actually active. He just came up as part of this team. Let's see if there's any note on him. Yep, he was elevated yesterday. Yeah, assuming Callaway's going to be out there. I wouldn't call him an option, but he'll be out there potentially running some routes. You can see how he projects. Not well. Even in a points per dollar sense. Not all that well. He's only 3,000. He, let's see, was last relevant in 2021. Not a bad 2021. 698 yards on 46 catches, 6 touchdowns that year. Yeah, kind of a dart throw at best, and probably not even that. But I guess if you're taking some shots going up against this Detroit pass defense, maybe you go down here. I'm just trying to think if I like him any better than Lynn Bowden and A.T. Perry. Probably a little bit, but it's very thin. I mean, we're not talking about priority plays by any means. 150th lineup as your eyes are glazing over and you're falling asleep and you only got 3,000 left if you accidentally click on Marquez Callaway. I guess worse things have happened to you, depending on how your life is going, I suppose. But yeah, it's not a priority option. I think that's it on this one, right? We talked about most of those guys, so nobody in this territory here, but like everybody up there looks all right. And then really it's yes, assuming he plays. Yes, kinda. But I'm not the biggest Taysom Hill guy. I know he had the 3 weeks that he really succeeded. And we've seen this from Taysom Hill before. That's probably all we get. It's very difficult to predict how that's going to ever work out when there's no clear path to, yeah, you might throw the ball 3 times. One of those might be for a touchdown. You might pick up 5 or 6 carries, and I know there's might with all of these guys, but when it's as wild as it is with Taysom Hill, and when he's kind of priced up for the production that he was providing earlier in the season, 5,200, 6,500 has him just as tight end 22, tight end 15 by points per dollar. I don't know. I don't love going there. Really, the guy I like on this team a lot of the time is Rashid Shaheed, who's not active this week, and who not burnt me, but just didn't put up a good enough score in a lineup 2 weeks ago. So let's get out of this game. I think I've rambled about this one enough. Indy, Tennessee, obviously a big piece of chalk. What's the ownership on in other places? I haven't looked at any ownership yet this week for this slate because I just don't care, especially for football. Just don't really care. But what is the ownership on Zach Moss? Anybody out there? What are you seeing around the industry? What's up, Josh Gillum? Little fresh life at the probably 2/3 mark in this show here with Josh jumping in. What's going on, buddy? Metal Alloy. Oh, that's an old comment, but I'll say hi to Metal Alloy again. Metal Alloy was the one who said that we need to get Robert Woods out of there. King of Smack says Moss going to be 1,000% owned. Yeah, I don't mind this. Russ, Sutton, Williams stack with Denver defense, very sneaky low owned. If it goes off with exposure to Evans, Samuel, and Swift with Hill, very different. Free game. I like the earlier part of that. I do think Russ has an opportunity this week. He's projecting out really well. 55, I'd assume more. Jesus. I think he's going to be probably 42% owned. It's going to be up there. Put it that way. So, again, like I kind of referred to at the top of the show, it's a good enough starting point for this game. With no Jonathan Taylor, it's going to be Zach Moss's backfield. He projects great. RB4 by points on DraftKings, RB2 by points on FanDuel. RB1 by points per dollar on both sites. 4,600 on DraftKings, 5,600 on FanDuel. There's no arguing with the quality of the play or the quality of the points per dollar aspect of it. The one flaw that I think does kind of exist is the fact that he's going up against a defense allowing 3.9 yards per attempt. They are giving up 100 yards a game, but fewer than a touchdown a game. 0.73 touchdowns a game. It wouldn't be the team that I would choose to have my value running back go against. Let's put it that way. But overall for him for the season, carrying the ball basically 15 times a game, 69 yards a game, 4.6 yards per attempt. He's got 5 rushing touchdowns in a shared role. He's been targeted in the red zone 3 times. He's got a receiving touchdown, picking up like 2 targets a game overall for the course of the season. I just don't love that it's against a Tennessee defense that they might just choose to throw against. Last week, 8 carries for 55 yards. Caught 2 of 3 passes for 15. Going back to when he was last featured, 23 carries for 165 and 2 touchdowns against this same Tennessee team back in week 5. That's encouraging. Helps alleviate some of the worries about this rush defense. If you can come out and just replicate that game, we're home free. I just worry that that's not necessarily going to be the case. I worry that we get more of the 18 carries for 70 yards that he put up against a pretty bad Rams defense the week before that. The 7 carries for 21 yards, although he did score a touchdown against Jacksonville. 18 carries for 57 against Cleveland. We are a little bit chasing that week 5 game. We're a little bit chasing the week 3 game against, again, a very, very good defense in Baltimore. He carried the ball 30 times that week for 122 yards. What I don't think we're getting is 30 carries. 20 plus, I think, is definitely on the board, though. And as I've said basically every week, the running back game is all about just find me 20 touches. Find me 20 touches from a semi-talented guy not going up against a brutally bad defense. And I think he's probably playable. And I think that is what we get with Zach Moss here. At worst, I think it's a very playable running back on a talent basis in a situation in which we've already seen him succeed. And then just everything about the points per dollar play just absolutely puts it over the top in a just body slam kind of effect. At the same time, there's a lot of talent on the other side. Derrick Henry, 6,800. RB6, RB7 by points per dollar on DraftKings. 4th and 9th on the FanDuel slate at 8,200. 6,800 is an aggressively good price for Derrick Henry on DraftKings. Especially Indy's rush D, giving up 4.1 yards per attempt, 129 yards a game, and 1.3 touchdowns a game. Could be a Derrick Henry day. What did he do back in their previous meeting, since we're cherry picking the previous meeting for the guy on the other side? Back in week 5 against the same Indy team, Derrick Henry only 13 carries, only 43 yards. Caught 3 passes, 3 of 3 for 19. That was coming on the heels of a 22 carry, 122 yards and a touchdown game against Cincinnati in week 4. He followed it up with 12 carries, 97 yards and a touchdown in week 6. Bye week, 22 carries, 101. 3 touchdowns in the last 4 games. If we're just looking for touches, they're still here for Derrick Henry. Basically 20 a game, 20 plus. High looks like 29 touches back in week 2. 25 carries and 4 targets, 29 potential touches. Usually about 20 potential touches, though, is about right for Henry. A couple of more limited games in weeks 10 and 11. Just 11 carries and 10 carries those 2 weeks. 1 target and 2 targets. Every other week of the season has been his typical volume, though. Oh, Tajay Spears, too. So Spears, in those games, picked up last 3 games, 5 carries, 4, and 2 carries. Hasn't put up more than 27 yards since the bye week. He did that in the first game back off the bye in week 8. 18 yards, 14 yards, and 6 yards in the 4 subsequent games. A little bit of involvement in the passing game, though, for Tajay Spears. At least 2 targets in each of the last 4 games. Going back to week 9, he had 6 targets that week, 5 targets in the week 10 game, then dropped back down to 2 and 3 the last 2 weeks. 1 touchdown on the season. For our purposes, pretty limited. 27th, 25th on DraftKings, 26th, 21st on FanDuel. Would be a total dart throw of a running back play. And again, don't really love throwing darts at running backs. The one concern maybe is that there's a little bit of a touch drain off of Derrick Henry. Not that it's really shown its head, but maybe that becomes the issue if you're looking for a concern there. Some capable receivers on the Indy side. And then working with Minshew. We didn't really talk about the quarterbacks. Minshew's throwing the ball just 28 times a game. Throwing for fewer than 200 yards a game, 191, just 8 touchdowns in 9 games, 7 interceptions, just 6.7 yards per pass attempt. On the other side, Will Levis, 6.9 yards per pass attempt. He's up to 6 touchdowns in just 4 games. Basically outperforming Gardner Minshew across the board. 214 yards a game, only 2 interceptions, 31 pass attempts a game. Minshew's run the ball in 3 times. He's got that. They rank out, that's interesting, Levis for 5,200, QB 9 by points per dollar on the DraftKings slate. That's the best talking point about either of these guys. Minshew QB 10 by points per dollar on FanDuel. They're 13th and 10th. I don't think this makes Will Levis appealing, but maybe you get to some Levis plus Hopkins. Maybe. It's not great. Both defenses have allowed 12 touchdowns through the air. They both get basically a 20% pressure rate. That said, Indy's defense has got way more sacks, 36-29. Also way more interceptions, 12 interceptions to just 3 on the other side for Tennessee. We started out the season targeting this Tennessee defense with passing. And, there's at least some justification that that's still the case. You just need Gardner Minshew to get out to a decent start and have a little bit of a day. And he's got Pittman. He's got Josh Downs to work with. Alec Pierce is an okay dart throw type option down the field. Multi-headed tight end spot. We do have Granson Moelle Cox and Will Mallory. Mallory, I believe, took the lead. I've already got these guys written down as something I have to take a look at. But Ogletree should be back. So it'll probably be, I think, Ogletree, then a crapshoot between Mallory, Granson, and then Moelle Cox probably brings up the bottom. So these will get reconfigured. But I don't think anybody really jumps out to a big projection or a big target opportunity at the tight end spot. It would just be a value dart. The focus in the passing game, I think, for Indy is at the wide receiver position. Michael Pittman, 13 targets last time, caught 10 of them for 107 yards. 8 catches in 3 straight games from weeks 8 through 10 before the bye. Only 3 touchdowns all season. Hasn't scored a touchdown in the last 3 games. But on volume, it's tons and tons of opportunity. Wide receiver 11 by points, but 32 by points per dollar on DraftKings. 10th and 13th at 7,900 on FanDuel. Looks like a better option there. Downs, 5 catches on 13 targets last week. So we had 13 targets apiece for Pittman and Downs last week. It's something to keep in mind when we're talking about this Moss play. Again, just bear in mind, Moss only carried the ball 8 times last week. That was with come on. So Taylor did get 15 touches, 15 carries before he went out. 91 yards, 2 touchdowns. But I mean, even with 15 is fine. The idea that he's got 15 to 18 carry opportunity, it's totally fine. But the fact that they threw the ball 13 times apiece in these each to Downs and Pittman, with Alec Pierce also picking up 6 targets in that game against a pass funnel defense, that could stack up well against their backup running back. There's a lot of, just good strategic reason to think that Indy just might take to the air a little bit in this game. I'm not saying don't play the Zach Moss play. I'm not saying in any way that it's not a good play. It's probably a great play. I think there is reason to be a little bit concerned about it, though. It's not comfy. Sims has him at 45% for the field, Moss. Yeah, makes sense. It is a tremendous value play in a points per dollar sense. And it is probably going to succeed. It's probably really good chalk. I just, I've expressed the reasons for potential for concern. I'm not saying get away from it because it's, going to go pop or anything like that. But, yeah, there is a little bit of potential. And yeah, Trey, like you're pointing out, they just dropped my pen. They did feed him early in the season with no Taylor, and he had the monster success game against this Tennessee team. Just to reiterate, that 165 yards and 2 touchdowns, that came in week 5 against this team. So you can take all my concerns and just toss them out the window on the back of that if you wanted just a quick rejoinder to my concerns there. But I do think they're somewhat valid for a play that's going to be that popular as a point per dollar driven value play. That said, probably gets there. Gonna come up in Sims, gonna come up in optimizers, and I'm gonna have him. So if you decide to go away from Zach Moss, you'll probably beat me if he doesn't succeed, because I'll probably have him. Who else we need to talk about here? So we hit Pierce. Pierce did pick up 6 targets in that last game. So again, that's pretty significant volume. He caught 4 of them for 27. It was more limited in the 2 games before that. Just 3 targets across the 2 games, just 1 catch, 21 yards. Hasn't been in the end zone all season. Hasn't had more than, actually the 4 catches was a season high. Hadn't been above 3 in any game before that. Hasn't been above 53 yards all season. So a little bit of delivery concern with Pierce. But he's got a nice little 13.6 yard ADOT against a team that's given up all that potential deep passing. So the idea that they take a couple shots and you need the home run play for 3,300, I think there's a little bit of viability as a value dart for Alec Pierce. Not a lot of shares, but mix them into a couple of stacks if you're stacking up Indy. Keep them in mind if you need a $3,300 receiver. Total dart throw in your 137th lineup that you're building. On the Tennessee side, it's really all about DeAndre Hopkins. That said, since the big 3 touchdown game back in week 8, he's just got 1 touchdown. That came in week 11. Just 3 catches for 49 yards last week on 5 targets. 4 for 59 in the touchdown in week 11. 3 for 27 the week before that. Might have Treylon Burks coming back. He's missed 3 straight. He was back for 2 after their bye week in week 7. That said, didn't really do much in those 2 games. Week 9, he had 34 snaps, ran 24 routes, caught 2 of 3 for 23 yards. Also carried the ball once for 5 yards. 2 targets in his return to action back in week 8. Didn't catch either of them. Pretty limited, but it has missed six of their games all this season. He's only been out there 4 times. But on the season, 8 catches. That's 100 and change yards and no touchdown. Okonkwo, tight end 10 by points, but tight end 3 by points per dollar because he only cost 3,100. That's just dumb. I really hate how some of these plays are rating out. He's been not good all season. 4 catches for 45 yards was a tight end. No, he had 1 game all season with more catches than that. He had 5 catches in week 5. That was his yardage high, 45 yards. Yet to score a touchdown all season. 5 targets on 15 routes run, 28 snaps last week. 16 snaps the week before, just ran 6 routes. Targeted twice, caught 1 of them for 6 yards. You get really thin. The points per dollar makes sense. But if it fails, it wouldn't be surprising at all. It doesn't really come through very much at 4,800 on the FanDuel slate. Nick Westbrook not really showing much, and nobody below him. Westbrook-Ikini had 4 catches for 41 on 5 targets last week. Just 1 catch in each game from weeks 8 through 11. Did score on his 1 catch, 33 yards and a touchdown back in week 8. Hasn't scored since. 3 touchdowns on the season. Biggest week, I guess, was week 4 rather. 5 catches, 51 yards and a touchdown. Noah Brown expected to play. Yeah, that's a potentially critical piece of information. Big play upside. Potentially downturn for some other guys in that offense in terms of the target volume, but just adds another weapon to a passing game that I really like if Noah Brown gets out there. King of Smack brings up the weather. There is weather concern in a couple of these games. That said, I don't even remember which games they're in, and Vegas takes care of that for us. All that just going to come through in your point total, and you can add to that concern and make further adjustments. But I tend to not really get into those sorts of things because beyond that, I don't really know how to quantify it. That said, we'll go real quick, courtesy of Mr. Roth, our pal over at rotogrinders.com. This is on the free information, so I think it's okay. So Chargers, New England, a lot of rain. Steady rain throughout the game. Atlanta at the Jets, a little bit of rain, lingering showers on a wet field is the way that he puts it. Arizona, Pittsburgh, spotty showers. Carolina, Tampa. It seems like Roth and the Weather Service are disagreeing. The Weather Service has it at 20%. Roth thinks there's going to be a better chance of rain than that. Those look like the concerning spots. Probably mostly that Chargers New England game. But yeah, again, that's just something I let Vegas handle. It all comes through in the game line. Or the game total. Mamba, what's good, buddy? Mamba says, what's good, Roto fam? Just plowing our way through, buddy. 3 hours in. We got 18 people hanging out. I love it. Hit the like button for me. Makes me feel good when I see a few likes at the end of the show. As I go try and find my voice after this. Subscribe if you haven't subscribed. That'll give you the little notifications when these shows go live at totally variable times on different days, depending on when I wake up, when I get around to doing shit. Check out rotoscouts.com. Everything up there is free right now. Follow the @rotoscouts Twitter handle. Like and retweet those things when you see them. Helps us spread the word. A lot of big winners lately. A lot of money on the table. King of Smack, San Francisco and Philly got rain. That's a big spot. That wasn't on Ross' board there, but that makes sense. That's in the same general neighborhood as the other games that were concerning there. That said, with the level of skill in that game, plus maybe the time of day, I don't know if once we get up to that game, is it still going to be raining? But again, how much do I really downgrade Christian McCaffrey because it's going to be raining? It just gets a little too finger on the scale for my tastes. I'm just making sure there's nothing to. Oh, it's 11 o'clock. There's definitely nothing to update for basketball. It's 11 o'clock. Holy hell. Let's keep on rolling here. Hopefully the basketball slates are going well for people. As I imagine they're rounding the quarter pole at least. Probably halfway through. All right, Tennessee, Indy. We talked about all these guys. Chris Moore, Kyle Phillips. There's really nothing to see down board for any of these guys. We all know once we get into these 2-pointers, we're pretty much forklifting most of them out of the pool. You can take your shots, obviously, with some of the downfield guys. I don't actually, go in there and take out Chris Moore and Kyle Phillips. They just don't end up landing in a lot of lineups, so it doesn't really matter. And any lineups that they landed in through the building process would still have to get through sims or sorting or whatever. So as long as you've got a layered process there to do your lineup selection, you're going to end up on the right versions of these plays. Just 3 to go. This one's ugly. As we just said, this is a concerning weather game. If you needed another reason to get away from the Patriots, maybe that's it. Bailey Zappi taking the ball. Malik Cunningham's on the board here too. He doesn't rank because I didn't rank him because I didn't want to put in another quarterback. They are claiming that they've got a couple packages in mind where he's going to get out there and play quarterback. There was also the thought earlier in the year that he might get out there and play wide receiver. I don't know if he's actually run any routes for them. I didn't bother to look it up because I'm not going to stick a guy who might run 3 routes in at wide receiver at quarterback, even if he costs $4,400. So we're just not going to talk about Malik Cunningham all that much or worry about him. The only real concern there is maybe he takes a series away from Bailey Zappi, or if Zappi's playing poorly, then, obviously he could go and just completely take over. I don't really buy this. Quarterback 5, sure, it works out by points per dollar because he's only 4,800. What I'm saying when I say I don't buy it is I don't buy the viability of it as a actual DFS play, given who he's throwing the ball to. It's a defense you can definitely attack. We've been going after the Chargers all season. 7.5 yards per pass attempt, 216 and 3/4 yards a game, 15 touchdowns on the season. They only pressure the quarterback 16% of the time. They've racked up 28 sacks despite just the 16% pressure rate. If you're looking for a defense for Bailey Zappi to potentially be able to succeed against, this is definitely one of the teams that's on that list. I just wish he had like one good receiver to throw to. There's just nobody on this list of Patriots receivers that I trust at all. And they're priced like it. Now, these low prices, have them landing at great point per dollar value marks. It's kind of like the Jets and whoever that was that we saw, the Jets and the Falcons. There's just guys that are so cheap. Even with an 8-point projection, Devontae Parker for 33 lands at wide receiver 4 by points per dollar. He's wide receiver 33 across the board at 5,300 on FanDuel, where things are sane. On DraftKings, these guys they're going to get involved. You know, they're going to come up in lineups. They're going to come up in sims if they continue to be like this. I don't love it, but again, it is a defense you can throw the ball against. 39-point total. Not appealing. 30th ranked 7.5 yard per pass attempt, though. I do like Ramondre. I like the talent there. They're 13th against the run, 4 yards per rush attempt. Overall, though, that's adding up to 127 yards and a touchdown a game when you really get into the game sense of it. So I think there's definitely appeal for Ramondre. He ranks 10th and 11th on FanDuel, 10th and 6th because he's only 6,000 on DraftKings. That's pretty decent. On the other side, Austin Eckler, 3rd on DraftKings, 6th on FanDuel. A little bit of involvement in the passing game pushes him up higher on the DraftKings slate. 15th by points per dollar and 10th by points per dollar, though, across sites. He'll be going up against a defense that's been really good against the run. 0.82 touchdowns a game, less than 100 yards, 3.4 yards per attempt on the season. That said, like I said at the top of the show, Austin Eckler is a star caliber running back. 3.9 yards per attempt isn't great. 4 rushing touchdowns on the season, carrying the ball basically 15 times a game in the 7 games that he's played this year. 2.1 yards per attempt, 2.1 yards before contact per attempt, 1.8 yards after contact per attempt. It's not premium Austin Eckler numbers. 64 yards 2 weeks ago, 32 yards last week. But plenty of involvement in the passing game. Still roughly 16, 18 to 20 plus touches a week. You know, in terms of the targets, 6 last week, 3 the week before, but 7 in 2 games before that one, 8 in week 8. Hasn't been over 100 yards since week 1. He put up 117 yards and a touchdown plus 4 catches for 47 more in week 1, and then missed 3 weeks, had the bye week. Came back to similar carries, but has a yardage high of 67 against Detroit on 19 carries. Had a touchdown that game. So overall, maybe, you know, a little bit more limited version of Austin Eckler than we're used to dealing with. Does that put me off him a little bit maybe at 8,300? Maybe has me considering other running backs once I get to this spot. Like if I'm hand building, I've got a lot of money left on the board and I'm staring at Austin Eckler against a pretty good rush defense or another similarly priced running back. Yeah, I might click on the other guy a few more times than I otherwise would. But I also do think that a lot of people would make that decision. I think that's the way that optimizer builds will take that, you know, not that they make a decision, you know, specifically like that, but I think builds trend in that direction. So you do get a little bit of potential sneakiness around an Austin Eckler that still does project pretty well. I don't know what his ownership is, you know, fact check that as I say that he's potentially sneaky, but logically it lands in my head that way. Jay Stamps. What's up, Jay Stamps? Jay Stamps and Mama's going to buy a jet? Sweet. Mama's going to hit the lock button, take home $1 million, buy a jet. Mama got here on the wrong game. You know, I know how it feels about Herbert. Millie down payment on the jet. All right. Jay just wants a gym. $75,000 for a gym, $200,000 worth of equipment. Seems like a reasonable buy. You can get a whole gym for $275. It's not bad. Helicopters start around $80,000 if you want one. Interesting. Mama, can you really fly a helicopter? Military? Or do you just know how to fly stuff? I don't know if Mom is just kidding around or if he actually knows how to How to fly a helicopter. Oh, that's pretty cool. Right on. They make drones now that go as far as a helicopter. Dude, the drones are sick. It's so funny. Like, I mean, it's not funny in the sense of like, these massive killing machines that we have now, but it is funny. Like, you hear drone and you just think like little bzz, thing with the camera on it and everything that people use, and then you see these things that were actually flying around out there, and it's like, oh my god, that's a plane, that's a fighter jet. it's not we need a different word than drone for one of those two things, right? The little thing I buy at Radio Shack with 4 propellers on it should not be called the same name as the fighter jet that we can pilot automatically from New Jersey and take out targets overseas. J Stamp says, got a question. So are they just not using Zeke anymore? No. Zeke had, where is he? Zeke had 9 carries last week for 46. He had 13 carries in week 10 for 54. He's just not good. It's not really that he's not being used. They put the ball in his hands a little bit. He's not the featured back by any means. But he's had 30 or more yards in many of his games. I was going to say most, but then I noticed a few other ones in here. Season high of 16 carries for 80 yards back in week 3 against the Jets. Next most carries was the week 10 game for 13 carries for 54 against Indy. Yeah, the last 2 weeks has actually picked up a little bit of volume, believe it or not. All that said, doesn't really have much appeal for a DFS play. So while they're still using Zeke a little bit, I don't know that we want to be using Zeke all that much. 4,500, 28th ranked on DK in both aspects, 27th and 26th on FanDuel. If I'm looking for justification for why you could maybe throw a dart at Zeke, and again, running back dart's not really my preference, he did pick up 4 red zone carries in that week 10 game. He's got just 2 touchdowns on the season. They came 1 in week 6, 1 in week 7. In those games, in the week 7 game, he had 6 red zone carries. In the week 6 game, he had 2 red zone carries. If they're going to give him the ball when they get in close, that's where you would maybe pick up a little bit of value at the $4,500 price tag. I just think there's better spots to spend your money. And like I said, I just like to look for security of, a minimum of like 15 touches at the running back spot. And I'd prefer to get up in the 20 range with a little bit of, tangible touchdown upside. Not the worst dart throw in the world at the running back spot, though, especially against a, relatively gettable rush defense. Again, 127 yards and a touchdown a game. So probably not a play I'll have any of. But if I saw it in your lineup on Sunday and you won the tournament, I wouldn't be like, how the hell did that guy arrive at that? It's like, that would be like if you had Ty Montgomery in that spot and he happened to win it for you. Zeke is relatively realistic. Just not premium. God damn. Jay's looking at helicopters and islands to buy for the past 5 years. Should be watching your show. So let's see. Mamba's saying sourced helis for years and years. You're right. Never stop flying after that. Can fly everything up to commercial, single and twin, like Maverick. Not bad, bud. That's cool. I've never taken or dreamed of a flying lesson or anything like that, but like if I could just Matrix style, just like plug in, download that ability, and then go out and like fly a plane around and just do like that, kind of like at the end Maverick, where he gets in that little single engine front propeller plane with what's her face and flies off with Jennifer Connelly, flies off into the sunset, something like that, like piloting your own plane in that kind of a sense would be kind of cool. At the same time, like I don't love the idea of getting in a plane with anybody else at the controls in a small plane like that. It's weird. Luke is cheating. Uh-oh. Jay says, I'm a Cowboys fan. That's why I asked about Zeke. That's the only reason I left Alabama to come to Dallas, Texas 3 years ago. All right. Dallas is a good area. I haven't been down there in years and years, but my uncle and a couple of my cousins live down that way. Going to be down, not in Dallas, for a wedding in, I think, the fall. My other cousin who lives out in Vegas, they're coming back to Texas to get hitched, but they're doing it. I've talked about it before over by where she grew up, which, as I understand it, is like you drive 3 hours out of Dallas, you pass Waco, I think, and then you drive like another 3 hours just out into nothing, and that's where the wedding's going to be. So that'll be fun. Passing game, Keenan Allen, premium target. No secret there. Wide receiver 3 by points, but wide receiver 42 by points per dollar. Kind of the opposite of some of those other guys we saw. On FanDuel, it's a little bit more friendly, 5th and 12th by points per dollar. That's an extreme points per dollar downgrade for Keenan Allen. He's $9,000 on DraftKings, same price on FanDuel. You don't see that often at that high a price for football on cross sites. He's coming in, I believe, still questionable. Did he shake the Q tag on Friday? I forget. He's been banged up, but he's been playing banged up and producing. So I have no issues going to Keenan Allen here. He had 14 catches for 106 yards last week, 10 catches for 116 and a touchdown the week before that, 11 catches for 175 and 2 touchdowns, 14, 16, and 16 targets. He's a volume monster. He's a supremely talented receiver. He gets red zone targets. He scores touchdowns. Nothing not to like about Keenan Allen. Jalen Guyton, 5 targets last week. Just caught 1 of them for 4 yards. That's a Jalen Guyton kind of a game. Week before, caught 4 of them. 4 of 6 for 41 and a touchdown. Those are your rare, like, oh, this guy might be good Jalen Guyton games. It's only 3,300, 45 and 43 on DraftKings, 34, 36 on FanDuel. Not showing a ton of value, but a little bit of upside. You got to get him in the end zone. Quentin Johnston should be on here somewhere. Where the hell is he? There he is. Just 3 targets on 18 routes last week. Caught 1 of them for 7 yards, 2 catches the week before for 21. In week 10 against Detroit, he caught 4 balls for 34 yards and a touchdown. It's his 1 touchdown of the season. This kid we've kind of been waiting to get involved, especially with the downgrades in their depth chart. He just really hasn't seized the reins. He's out there running routes. He's gotten some targets. Just hasn't really had a biggie. 5 catches for 50 yards is his season high back in week 8 against Chicago. And just the 1 touchdown. It's not great. 4,000 puts him 54th and 58th on DraftKings, 56th and 58th on FanDuel for 57. I do still feel like a big one's coming at some point. We're running out of weeks. I'll have some. Primarily in stacks, probably in double stacks as like a Keenan and Quentin. I don't know how many Jalen and Quentins I get to. Probably get more Keenan and Gerald's than I get to Jalen and Quentin's. Gerald Everett, 3,500, tight end 11 by points, 12 by points on FanDuel. He had a touchdown last week, 43 yards on 4 catches, 4 targets. Just 2 targets in each of the 2 games before that after not playing in week 8. Also didn't play in week 11. Sandwiched in the middle were 2 target games. In week 6 and 7, which were sandwiched between one of the DNPs and their bye week. Basically, he plays 2 weeks, takes 2 weeks off. But in those 2 weeks, 6 and 7, he had a touchdown in each of those weeks. It's pretty limited in terms of the overall volume. But a lot of his targets do come in the red zone. For a guy who doesn't get targeted that much, fair share of them are once we're inside the 20. So he does have touchdown upside in any given game. Parham, kind of similar to that on less volume. In the week 11 game, he had 4 catches for 57 on 6 targets. He had the 2 touchdown game all the way back at this point in week 3. He's got 4 on the season. 1 in week 1, 2 in week 3, and then another one in week 8. Overall, the looks for Parham are kind of limited. But again, another guy, most of the targets he's got, well, not most, but a fair share of the targets that he's gotten through the season of the limited targets have come in the red zone. So a little bit of touchdown upside for him. I prefer Everett if I have to choose a Chargers tight end, but I greatly prefer Keenan Allen and probably prefer the other wide receivers a little bit too. I talked about these guys on the New England side of the game when I was talking about the quarterback situation. Parker, 3 catches on 5 targets for 42 yards last week. Didn't play in weeks 9 and 10. They had the bye in week 11. Exactly 1 catch in weeks 6, 7, and 8 for a total of 31 yards. 29 yards. That's not good 3-week production. In the 3 games before those 3 games, exactly 2 catches in each of those, weeks 3, 4, and 5. And that was a total of 72 yards across those 3 games. That brings you to a 6-game total of less than 100 yards? Not great. So yeah, Devontae, not a strong option. Kind of like I've said every time we've talked about this team. I just don't like going to this group of receivers they're worse than the Chiefs receivers, and that's saying something. This is a collection of guys that weren't. Juju, I didn't like when he was on the Chiefs. Now I'm going to take him playing with Bailey Zappi on the Patriots. Don't love. 35. Ranks 8th. Another team, shitty receivers though. Or this is the same one I was talking about before, I think. Fortunately. So 4th, 8th, and 11th by points per dollar for Parker, Schuster, and Henry. Not ideal. Even with the points per dollar shining through, it's really not my favorite spot to throw those darts. Let's get out of this one. Let's go to 2 fun games. Miami, Washington, and then the Philly San Fran showdown to wrap this thing up. As I've referred to a few times, Tua Tagovailoa, when I first put the projections together, had a just eye-popping projection. If I'd put it up on the website, I would have been laughed out of the industry. It was not a feasible projection. It's within sight of his ceiling, but it doesn't make any sense to give him the number that he had as an actual mean projection. So we got involved a little bit in this one, but he still ranks out as the lead projection overall. Quarterback 1 on both sites by fantasy points. Quarterback 4 by points per dollar on DraftKings at 7,900. Quarterback 1 by points per dollar on FanDuel at 8,400. It's Tua Tagovailoa, who has thrown 22 touchdown passes, 293 yards a game, throwing the ball 35 times a game, 8.5 yards per pass attempt. The best wide receiver in the league working with him. Like 5 of the 5 fastest guys in the league on his offense. Going up against a defense that's allowing 7.5 yards per pass attempt, 264 yards a game. They've given up 28 defensive touchdowns through the air this year. I cannot stress that enough. That's by far the highest number on the board this week. I think it's the worst in the league overall. Just speculating. 9.4 yard defensive ADOT. So they're allowing deep passes. Again, against this team where their strategy is, you're really fast. You run that way really fast, and I'm going to throw the ball to you. Doesn't get more simple than that for finding where the passing offense is going to come from. At the same time, Sammy Howell. Quarterback 10 by points, 13th and 12th by value. Not really a tremendous value option. But it has to be said, they're throwing the ball 40 times a game this year. That's significant. Sam Howell's throwing for 276 yards a game. 6.9 yards per attempt, but when you get the additional 8, 10 attempts beyond everybody else, your yardage ticks up. His touchdowns tick up. 18 touchdown passes on the season. 13 interceptions. Not great. Nobody's calling this kid the second coming of Tom Brady or anything. But just on the idea of, I need him to keep Washington in this game for me, I think they're perfectly serviceable. They hung with Philly twice. They hung with a couple other teams through the season. So I think we do get another game where Washington hangs in, at least through the first half. And Miami, like I talked about at the top of the show, not really a take the foot off the accelerator kind of a team anyway. So I love this spot. I really, really do. This is probably going to be, I've referred to it in shows and past shows where my hand-built placeholder is the one I'll do it tonight at some point with all the plays that we've talked about and with a fresh idea of where I want to be. And that's the one that goes in. It'll be my placeholder across the main contest entries, but it'll also be my single entry for single entry tournaments. And then for, bigger ticket multi-entry tournaments, I usually just throw one into one of those. Last week I used Josh Allen in that spot. Dennis, our pal XX Cubs fan, used Josh Allen and a lot of the same plays and, took down the tournament. I was highly competitive. So what I'm saying there is I think Tua is that guy for me. And Tua Miami is probably that spot for me this week. Just love it. Let's see what's going on here in chat. Jay Stamps has had Ramondre since like Wednesday night. Yeah, I don't dislike Ramondre. Mamba says there's no reason why Tyreek shouldn't get 200 yards and a touchdown. It's just about what pieces to put around him. Yeah, it's monstrous. Monstrous opportunity. Luka has 90.7 FanDuel DraftKings points. Holy shit. Well, I mean, that was like the spot of spots. Everybody in that backcourt was out, but damn, that's a game. I do like Ramondre, Mamba. Yeah, out of anything from that New England offense, he would be the piece I would take. Just go back to it real quick. Right, projects out fairly well. RB 10-6, 10-11 on FanDuel. He's not going to be my go-to. Like he probably maybe he ends up in the util spot as like my third running back in what I hand build. That'll just depend on where he falls like price wise. But he's perfectly usable. 127 yards allowed, 4 yards per attempt by the defense, a touchdown a game. He sees plenty of volume. He's been a little bit better. Had more of a clunky start to the season. Last game, 21 carries, 98 yards, and a touchdown. The week before that, 20 carries, 88 yards, no touchdown. 87 yards and a touchdown in week 9 on 9 carries. So yeah, given the matchup, the talent involved, and the just don't really like the rest of that offense, I don't mind Ramondre there, and he projects out fine. McLaurin and Dotson going to be locked up, so Samuel and Thomas going to get the looks, says King of Smack. I don't mind that call. Don't mind that call at all, actually. Curtis Samuel, 4,100. Wide receiver 30, 16th by points per dollar on DraftKings. 30th and 34th on FanDuel for 6,200. The $4,100 price is pretty appealing. It's not a bad projection. A little bit of upside in the PPR scoring format. Tight end 8-10 for Logan Thomas on both sites. 3,600 is a great price for him. Yeah, I think those are two good calls. I have no issues going to those guys in a lot of weeks. I like both of these guys as well. I think they project out fairly strongly. Jahan Dotson kind of interesting at 46. Wide receiver 6 by points per dollar on DraftKings. Just 24th and 11th on FanDuel, but still some decent PPR point per dollar value over there. And then McLaurin, just in any given week, kind of a receiver to me. No issues going to him. A 10.8 yard ADOT for him, 9.5 for Dotson. Curtis Samuel and Logan Thomas operating a little bit in closer. And then you've got home run guys like Diami Brown. Byron Pringle a little bit less so. But there are those deep threat type options there as well for 1-2 type targets a game and a home run play, 30, 40 yards and a touchdown. You're not populating your lineup with those, but as a one-off in one of your 150, especially if you're taking a bunch of Miami shots, get a cheap touchdown coming back the other way can help pay dividends. Overall, in terms of the volume, McLaurin caught only 4 of 11 targets last week, 50 yards in that game. Hasn't scored a touchdown since week 8. Has just 2 on the season. But basically hauling in 4 to 6 passes every single week, giving you 50, 60 yards. Hasn't been over 100 all season. Peaked at 90 on 7 catches against the Giants, 6 catches against the Giants. But hasn't been below, he had 7 targets in week 11 against the Giants. 8 targets in 2 weeks before that. Double-digit targets 4 times on the season. Basically 8 to 10 targets every game since week 4, with one exception. Dotson, 5 catches for 52 last time out, 6 targets on 48 routes run. 4 targets the week before. He's had just 1 double-digit target game. That came back in week 8 against Philly. That good Philly game that they hung in. 108 yards and a touchdown on 8 catches, 10 targets that game. That was his yardage high, it was his reception high, and it was his target high for the entire season. A couple of games with 8 targets, but primarily falling into like the 4 to 6 target range. A little bit of touchdown upside, though. He's got 4 touchdowns on the season. 1 in week 11. 3 catches, 23 yards, and a touchdown. Could just give you that kind of a game. But a little bit of potential there, and especially for the money. And then Samuel. Monster 12 targets last week. 9 catches for 100 yards. Just 2 targets, 1 catch, 5 yards the week before that. 6 targets, 2 catches, 6 yards the week before that. It's a little bit of a give and take with the Curtis Samuel play, obviously. 3 straight weeks of 4 catches in weeks 6, 7, and 8. 42 yards with a touchdown on the first one of those, then just 25 and 22 yards in the next 2. But draws a fair number of targets, several games in here with 7 or 8 targets. Obviously the biggie with 12 in the last time out. So plenty of opportunity to draw some volume. And then Logan Thomas, a capable tight end. 4 to 6 catches in every game since week 7, except for last week's game, which he had 2 for 15 yards. Hasn't been over 77 yards all season. That came on 9 catches against Chicago back in week 5. That was also his target high of 11. Typically targeted 4 or 5 times. Catches most of them. Little bit of red zone volume. Not as much as you'd like to see. Not as much as some of the other tight ends, but definitely snap volume, route volume, and an appreciable role in the offense. For 36, when he projects out his tight end 8, very, very playable. Again, Diami Brown, just kind of a dart throw for a little bit of home run potential. 3,000 doesn't really have him projecting out all that great. On this side, it's just yes, please to these 2 guys. And then some minor dart throw ability around the rest of them. But we skipped over the running backs. We're in the wrong game here. Brian Robinson, I think, is okay, playable. 21st ranked, 21st by points per dollar, 17th and 16th on FanDuel. The issue with him, there's talent there, but 3.8 yards per rush attempt allowed, fewer than 100 yards a game, less than a touchdown a game. On the other side, those dynamic, speedy, ridiculous Miami running backs, they'll be going up against a defense allowing just a half a touchdown a game, but 100 plus yards, 4.4 yards per attempt. There's definitely more upside on the ground for the Miami side. It's just really a matter of who sees the touches, but we've seen them both succeed in a monster kind of a way. So there is, I'm not going to say that kind of against, the game against Denver kind of potential any given week, but there's explosive upside for these 2 running backs any given week. A-Chain weeks 3, 4, and 5, 203 yards on the ground on 18 carries with 2 touchdowns, plus another 2 touchdowns, 4 catches, and 30 yards in that Denver game. But then he followed that up with 101 yards on 8 carries, 2 touchdowns, and then 151 yards on 11 carries with a touchdown. Monster ability. Crazy, crazy speed. Mostert's been the more consistent guy. He's also been the guy who's been on the field all season. He had 20 carries last week for 94 yards and 2 touchdowns. A-Chain didn't play last week. He saw just 3 snaps in the week 11 game after missing 4 straight and then a bye. He was targeted once in that game, caught it for 4 yards, carried the ball once for a yard. Mostert in that game, 22 carries, 86 yards. 12 carries, 85 yards, and a touchdown against KC in week 9. He has 4 games this season with multiple rushing touchdowns. 2 of those games had multiple rushing touchdowns and a receiving touchdown. He's got a 4 touchdown game this year and a 3 touchdown game this year. And 3 2 touchdown games this year. Raheem Mostert is really good. For 7,300, he ranks as RB 1827, 1925 across the FanDuel slate. I might have to get in here and reconfigure these two. Probably giving too many touches to Achane right now and too few to Mostert. I didn't get involved in that one. I just let the model do what it would, but now that I'm seeing it, I probably should. I'll be right back. I'm just picking up the pen that I dropped. Here I am. All right, so Achane Mostert, probably going to be our last note of the show, hopefully. I don't think there's anything in that Philly game that's going to need a look. And then, not to bury the lead, but the Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle. Wide receiver 1 across the board for Hill. Projects out better than the quarterbacks on DraftKings. 9,600 doesn't affect his value price. 10,000 also doesn't affect his value price. That's bananas that you can put him that high and he's still wide receiver 1 by points per dollar on both sides. Best player in football? I mean, him, McCaffrey, there's very few people who are as elite as Tyreek Hill. It's easier to talk about the games in which he did not have 100 yards because that's only 1, 2, 3, 4 of them this season. Every other game he's had at least 100 yards. He's had a touchdown in every game except for 2 all season. Just 1 2-touchdown game if we really want to nitpick anything. That came back in week 1. 11 catches, 215 yards, and 2 touchdowns in that one. But at least 1 touchdown, at least 100 yards in basically every game. 8, 9, 10 catches in most games. Since the week 7 game, the catches have been 11, 8, 8, bye week 10, and 9 on no fewer than 10 targets. He's fantastic. Play Tyreek Hill. Enough said. Don't think I needed to tell anybody that. 8 catches for 114 yards against the Jets for Jalen Waddle. Caught 8 of 8 that game. Caught 4 of 8 in the game before that for 55. 3 of 6 back in week 9 against KC. It was kind of a meh type performance. Caught 7 of 12 against New England for 121 and a touchdown back in week 8. 3 touchdowns on the season. Only 200-yard games. A couple of 70s, 80s. Mostly working in the 30 to 50-yard range. Plenty of routes, plenty of targets, plenty of touchdown upside. Good opportunity to pivot away from Tyreek Hill. He'll be lower owned, I'm sure. Wide receiver 6, the points hold up very, very well. 6 by points per dollar on DraftKings. Where he falls off a little, on FanDuel, where he falls off a little bit is the points per dollar on DraftKings. 7,600 ranks 27th. I just don't think you care. I really don't think you worry about it. You don't get overly concerned. Just pay for Jalen Waddle and get cheaper elsewhere. Just makes sense to me. Durham Smythe, pretty limited tight end option. 1 catch, 10 yards on 3 targets last week. A max of 7 targets all the way back in week 1. Caught 3 of those for 44. No more than 4 catches any given game. Hasn't been at 50 yards and hasn't scored a touchdown all season. Hasn't seen more than 3 targets since week 5. Very limited. Braxton Berrios, a little bit of kick return opportunity. Outside of that, not much. 1 target last week, no targets the week before. Several weeks of 2 and 3 targets. 1 touchdown receiving on the season. That was back in that week 4 game against Buffalo. 6 catches, 43 yards, and a touchdown in that one. That's by far your ceiling for Braxton Berrios. I really think we just focus on the key guys. If you want to mix in 1, 2 shares of Berrios across a bunch of Miami stacks, fine. Throw the dart. It's okay. Ced Wilson ran 6 routes last week, wasn't targeted. 20 routes the week before, drew 4 targets, caught 3 of them for 23 yards. Touchdowns in weeks 8 and 9, just on 1 catch in each game. Pretty touchdown dependent type value play. A little bit of big playability down the field, but pretty limited. Not really showing much in terms of points per dollar. And then the Craig Crafts, the Julian Hills, the downboard tight ends. No real reason to get there. CL, do you think 2 tight end set is viable with Thomas and Higbee? I don't love 2 tight end in most situations. I tend to think it's pretty limiting in terms of the ceiling. unless you're giving me like Kelsey Laporta or like Kelsey oddball week where you actually get Taysom Hill right. There's so many tight ends in the league that have limited ceiling even in a good week. But like, I don't know, maybe like an Njoku, and if he was healthy, Dalton Schultz, like maybe I roll that out once in 150. But two tight end, really not my preferred approach to lineup construction. So I'm going to give that one a no. I don't love Thomas and Higbee as the pair either. Travis Duarte, yes. Juwan Johnson. I do like Juwan Johnson quite a bit. I consider him the real tight end in that offense. You know, I said it when I talked about that game. Taysom Hill, to me, just kind of a gadget guy. Obviously has monster scoring ability because he throws touchdowns, he runs for touchdowns, he catches touchdowns. You get that in the same week, and you're off and running. But the guy they've actually been throwing the ball to frequently and who's a good tight end is Juwan Johnson. So, yeah, I'm with you on that. Mamba digging in a little bit. Miami can score another 70 against Washington if they want to give up the most passing touchdowns in the league. Only 7 on the ground this season, 28 through the air. Yeah, the 28 through the air is just, again, there's just no better data point all week to support the monstrous projections we're seeing from Miami than those 28 passing touchdowns. They struggle against the thing Miami does the best, and that's quick dig routes, which is Hill's best route. There it is. Support for the Hill play from our pal Mamba. No shocker there. Lands at the absolute top of the board, and his quarterback does too. I will be absolutely loaded for bear with shares of Tua and Tyreek. Tua plus 2s. Tua plus 2s and a bring back. Tua running back, wide receiver, and a bring back. All of it's on the board. A lot of good constructions in this one. This is a game where I do think, you know, we talked about the nature of the bring back plays, the need to get to bring back plays, and I don't think you need it, but I do think there is the idea that in this one in particular, Washington is so much going to have to stay in this game to support Miami truly going off that there is a little bit of potential expansion of opportunity, expansion of ceiling for guys like McLaurin, Dotson, Samuel, Logan Thomas. So I think bring back plays are more viable in this game than in a lot of other games on this slate. I'll say it that way, rather than saying like you absolutely want to have one. But if I'm building out set after set of lineups for this game, there would be sets in there where I would configure it and say, all right, I do want to force bring back plays for these 300 lineups. I've built 5,000 already for this set of 300. Give me bring backs in this Washington game. You can trigger, and that's what I do with these things. I build out big pools of lineups, and I toggle options on and off, so I'm getting a pretty good mix. I never want to just make one decision and not at least feed it to the simulations with the opportunity to get to that kind of a configuration. And that would apply to CL's question about the two tight ends as well. I don't stop that from going through. I do allow it to come through. I see it. It pops up. We had when we looked at Sims a couple weeks ago for DraftKings slate, we were seeing a lot of two tight end on DraftKings where I think it's a little bit more viable. You get a little bit of support from the PPR scoring there. Just a little bit more points per dollar criticality there. But yeah, I'll always let those things come through, and then Sims or sorting process or however you go about it should take care of that after that fact. So I think we've touched on basically everything here. Critical game, gonna have tons of it, like both sides, but Miami, absolute priority for me. Mom is getting some Alex Erickson from the Chargers for the min price. A little bit of we didn't talk about him. He's in here. One catch each of the last 2 weeks, 12 yards, 17 yards, 3 targets last week is encouraging. 26 routes run. 34 snaps. Played some snaps. You give him that. Darius Davis, I believe, has a little bit of an extended opportunity through the return game that Erickson doesn't necessarily have, just to throw a wrinkle at you. But yeah, those, and I'm sure you know this saying at Mamba, those are definitely big-time dart throws. But if you get there, you're going to be on them. You're going to be on an island by yourself, and you're not going to have spent that much money to get there. Let's jump to this last game. Coming up on midnight. This one has gone a little bit long. We're approaching the that week one, or that, what was it, week 1, week 2, whenever we did that first show. That went crazy long. We're getting up to that level with this one. It's taking our time. There's a lot to talk about with this slate. There really is, especially with the way that like a lot of those guys were popping up as value plays from those shit games. George Kittle, not like that. Tight end 1 by points on both sites. Tight end 15 by points per dollar on DraftKings, but tight end 3 by points per dollar on FanDuel. Pretty appealing there. So looking at this one, on the surface, 2 very good defenses in all 4 corners here, right? Both good against the run, both good against the pass. Where that gets a little bit away from us is the, and I touched on it early, Philly's pass defense, 23 passing touchdowns allowed. That's the second highest total on the board, 8.6 yard defensive ADOT. They've got 32 sacks. San Fran's got 33 sacks on the other side. Philly's only got 6 interceptions, and they do allow a lot of scoring through the air in terms of the touchdowns that they put up, or that they allow to be put up. So I think that supports tons and tons of upside for the San Francisco side of things. I think it supports the idea that Brock Purdy can get there. Brock Purdy. Hopefully he doesn't hurt our lineups. Brock Purdy can get there. 19 touchdowns for him on the season, 6 interceptions. Obviously phenomenal skill players to work with. Throwing the ball 27 times a game, 266 yards, 9.7 yards per pass attempt. A little bit of padding from his excellent receivers and everything they do after the catch there. But throwing 8.1 intended air yards per attempt, just short of Hurts' 8.6. 5.6 air yards per attempt completed. So he is actually throwing the ball. It's not all these guys catching it and running with it after the catch. For Hurts, 18 passing touchdowns, 10 interceptions, another 11 rushing touchdowns. Just ridiculous. Why Philly's entire offense at this point isn't just, let's pick him up and move him 4 yards a clip the entire game and just burn the clock and not have to do anything else. Not really sure, because they are unstoppable when it gets in close. And that's why he's got 11 rushing touchdowns on the season. Pick the guy up and throw him into the end zone. But he's a very capable passer. He's got some excellent weapons to work with in the passing game. So I love the upside for Hurts. QB5 on both sides. 19th by points per dollar on DraftKings. 15th by points per dollar on FanDuel. A little bit limiting by the price. Definitely comparatively, QB2 and 1 for Purdy. QB2 on the FanDuel slate. He looks a little bit better for 6,100, 7,800. In terms of their talent, it's Hurts. And it's Hurts by a mile, running off down the other side of the field and then getting picked up and thrown into the end zone by his offense, while Brock Purdy's still tying his shoes back on the other side of the field. But in terms of points per dollar and projection in this week's matchup and the opportunity to throw some touchdown passes, you can't dislike Brock Purdy's opportunity here. So I'll have plenty of San Francisco stacks, plenty of San Francisco plus 2s, plus a bring back. Same thing on the other side, plenty of Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts plus DeAndre Swift. Jalen Hurts plus DeAndre Swift and Christian McCaffrey would be an interesting way to do it, but you can't tell me that that's not viable. Both of those running backs have enough potential in the passing game. Both of those guys are going to do enough, period, to just support the upside of a stack. McCaffrey, RB19 on DraftKings, RB16 on FanDuel, 9,000, 9,800. Good luck putting him, Hurts, Tua, Tyreek, all these different pieces that we want that are crazy appealing at high prices into a lineup, but get a little bit of each of them in each lineup that you build. You want one of these really high-end guys in most of your lineups this week. There's a lot of really shiny items on this slate. Travis, 6 hours ago? No, we started 4 hours ago. 3 hours and 54 minutes exactly. Going to try and punch out it in the next couple of minutes. So just let's get into real quick here the breakdown of where the carries went. Swift, 14 carries last week, 80 yards. Ran 19 routes, targeted just once. He was targeted 3 times a week before that, caught 3 of them for 31. Also put up 76 yards on 12 carries, scored a touchdown in that KC game. 4 rushing touchdowns on the season. Roughly about 16 carries, 2 to 3 catches. So we're talking about an 18 to 20 touch running back with a ton of talent. Kenny Gainwell sees a couple of touches a game, 2-3 targets, 2 carries. Last week, 2 carries, 26 yards, 2 catches, 10 yards. It's about Kenny Gainwell. No real threat there to anything for DeAndre Swift. And then Boston Scott, 2 carries, 14 yards, 5 snaps with the offense. It is just DeAndre Swift here. Same thing for Christian McCaffrey. He's obviously a superstar in what he does as an individual, and there's really nobody that's going to drain touches. Elijah Mitchell's got talent. He did carry the ball 7 times, 39 yards last week, put up an additional target. The week before that, just 4 carries, 8 carries for 23 yards in week 10. With all that going on, a couple of carries for Eli Mitchell in each of those games. McCaffrey had in those 3 games 16 carries, 21 carries, and 19 carries. 95 yards, 78 yards, and 114 yards. Last week was 114, 2 touchdowns, also caught 5 of 6 passes for 25 yards. Caught 5 of 5 for 25 and a touchdown in the week 11 game against Tampa, where he carried the ball 21 times for 78 yards. More than 20 touches, an extreme likelihood of a touchdown. The only game that he didn't score a touchdown this entire season was the week 10 game against Jacksonville. And he still had, 142 combined yards on 22 touches. Christian McCaffrey's really good, guys. I don't know if anybody's noticed. Real sleeper coming into this slate. So that's to say, no real love for Eli Mitchell, Kyle Juszczyk, Kenny Gainwell, or Boston Scott. Just these 2 guys. I do think you could get kind of creative and build like the really weird way to do it would be to say, I'm going to take all the passing out of this game, but I'm still going to play the quarterback and the 2 running backs, because you can go to Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts, DeAndre Swift, Christian McCaffrey still leaves you probably 10 combined catches across the running backs. Tons of touchdown upside for both running backs. Tons of yardage and carry upside for both running backs. Plus any upside that Hurts gives you through the passing game and his ridiculous rushing upside. It's essentially like getting 3 running backs of high quality in this game. It's just a weird way to put it together, but maybe worth exploring in a lineup. AJ, wide receiver 4, wide receiver 3 on FanDuel. Drops to 36 by points per dollar, stays at 3 on the FanDuel slate by points per dollar because he's more expensive on DraftKings, which is a little silly. Devontae Smith, 18th and 49th at 7,300. He's more expensive on FanDuel, which is right. 21st and 29th over there. Still looks better on the FanDuel slate. AJ has been placed in the other direction from the direction in which I'm scrolling in this doc. There he is. 5 for 37 and a touchdown on 9 targets last week. Ugly game in week 11 against KC. 1 catch, 8 yards, 4 targets. That's not the A.J. Brown we know and love. Week 9 had a touchdown, 7 catches, 66 yards. And then from weeks 3 through 8, he had at least 100 yards in every game. At least 125 yards in every game. Handful of touchdowns. He's obviously a tremendous talent. Basically no fewer than like 8 or 9 targets with double-digit target upside, double-digit reception upside, 150-yard upside, multi-touchdown upside for A.J. Brown. Deservedly wide receiver 4 on both sides, on DraftKings, wide receiver 3 on FanDuel. Devonta Smith, 7 catches for 106 and a touchdown last week, 6 catches for 99, no touchdown the week before that. 2 touchdowns in the 2 games prior to their bye week, weeks 8 and 9, or a touchdown in each game rather. Has been over 100 yards twice, but also has 2 99-yard games on the season, so let's call it 4 times. Handful of touchdown catches. Basically, call it 6 to 8 targets a game. Double digits twice on the season. But the clear, 1A, 2, B, whatever you want to call him. But another premium receiver and a little bit of a discount, 7,300 as compares to AJ. Julio drew 3 targets last week. He caught one of them, no yards. 2 targets a week before, caught both of them for 5 yards. No targets back in week 9. 1 catch on 2 targets for a touchdown, 8 yards in week 8. So ultimately, we're talking about a guy who has 5 catches all season in his 5 games played. He's got 1 touchdown. He's got 16 yards. That's not exactly the Julio Jones that I remember from way back. I remember a guy who's slightly more productive than that. For 3,100, maybe you throw a couple of darts at it. It's not going to be a popular guy. It is a way to get a little bit different with your Philly play. He's only seen 1 target in the red zone all season. That was his lone touchdown. It's pretty thin. Zacchaeus scored a touchdown last week. That was his first touchdown since back in week 3. I think it was it Mamba that called that one? I think that was a Mamba play. So I do think Zacchaeus, a little bit of opportunity, just 1 target each of the last 2 weeks. Out there running some routes, 13, 12, 18, and 14 with 2 targets apiece in weeks 8 and 9. You're really just dealing with like 1 catch, 1 potential touchdown opportunity though. So it's a very, very big dart throw. And that's really all it is. It is, either him or him is a way to differentiate a little bit of a Philly stack though. I don't think you get much out of the tight end position. Jack Stoll played 35 snaps last week, 31 snaps the week before. Just 2 targets each week, 1 catch each week. I don't love that. Albert O, 9 snaps each of the last 2 weeks. 3 routes, 5 routes, untargeted. Calcaterra missed last week, played 12 snaps the week before, ran 6 routes. He was untargeted. Until you get Dallas Goedert back, or if Zach Ertz steps into this offense, I really don't know that you play tight ends from Philly. If I'm rolling the dice, it's probably on Jack Stoll, 2,700. Ranks his 24th, but talking about a 3-point projection. And then primo options on the San Fran side. In addition to McCaffrey, who is a variable wide receiver on volume all on his own, you've got Debo, who is the opposite. He plays wide receiver but can act as a running back from time to time. Last week, 4 carries, 15 yards, and a touchdown. 7 catches, 79 yards on 9 targets, 27 routes run. Week before that, 3 catches, 63 yards, 1 carry, -1. 3 carries for 29 yards and a touchdown back in week 10. Targeted 4 times, caught all 4 of them for 30 yards in that game. Season high of 129 receiving yards was way back in week 3. 6 catches, 129 yards and a touchdown that game. But has that pure wide receiver big time upside. And when you combine that with, this dynamic ability taking the ball out of the backfield and everything, just another excellent option. It's not a direct pivot by any stretch of the imagination, but you do get a lot of the same attributes out of Deebo Samuel as you do out of Christian McCaffrey for a significantly lower price. Wide receiver 16-20 on DraftKings, 14-15 on FanDuel. Brandon Ayuk, 8th and 24th on DraftKings, 7-8 on FanDuel. Not bad. 8,000 over there. He's had a touchdown in each of the last 3 games. That said, those have come on 2 catches, 50 yards last week on 4 targets. 5 for 156 and a touchdown against Tampa Bay on 6 targets. That's pretty good. 3 catches on 3 targets, 55 yards and a touchdown against Jacksonville. I don't love that they've come on just a few catches, few targets. But the volume overall for the season has been there. The 3 weeks before that, before their bye week in week 9, week 6, he had 10 targets. Week 7, 6 targets. Week 8, 9 targets. Some of that was with Debo out. Debo missed weeks 7 and 8. But there's plenty of belief that Brandon Ayuk can draw 8 targets, conceivably catch 6 of them, put up 100 yards and a touchdown. He did it just as recently as week 11. Just Chuck Deuce is chiming in about a different website. Tools are so expensive and convoluted. I know they work well, but they want you to sign up for 5 things just to get what you want, and it's too much. Then when you have everything, you think they have more for same sport and other sports. Profit has to be off the charts to make it worth it. I do think that there's a little bit of a schism between the average person's ability to turn a profit and what some of these places charge, which is why, anytime I've thought about where a price point could conceivably be, I've always returned to just like, just to get some traffic. Let's just hang out with some people, get some good people involved and coming to the site every day and clicking on things. And then who knows what the business turns into from there. But if I ever started charging anything, it wouldn't be anywhere near what those numbers are. I just don't think it makes sense for the average person. And I've talked about this. The average person is putting in 1 to 5 fantasy lineups. You can't charge them 100 times what their tournament buy-in costs. It just doesn't make sense. It's got to be, hey, this for the price of 1 tournament buy-in that day, not for 150 tournament buy-ins that day. You can access our information. It's got to be the right numbers to make it make sense. So I'm with you there. It's something I've always considered, always thought about. They mentioned my name 5 times in a row the other day. Actually my name, or were they like talking about Terry McLaurin or something? I haven't been over there for any of the shows in a while. Didn't watch anything during baseball season. I stopped by in week the first 2 or 3 days of the basketball season just because Greg and I tied with the same lineup in one of those short slate days. So I just wanted to pass by and just say congrats to him. But that's the only time I've been over there in quite a while. Curious to know what they're saying about me. If it was actually about me. So let's continue looking at the board. So Debo, Ayuk, premium options. Love both those players. I think they're priced appropriately too, where you can get a good number of combinations with both of those guys. George Kittle, top tight end on the board by projections, look great for value points per dollar on FanDuel. A little bit less so on DK, but I think he's another just high-end player that you can just kind of ignore the points per dollar. You don't really have to sweat it. Just get cheaper elsewhere. He's a luxury item that we're paying up for. Just 3 catches last week for 19 yards, but had 8 for 89 yards and a touchdown in week 11. 3 catches for 116 yards and a touchdown in week 10. 9 catches for 149 yards in week 8 against Cincinnati. That's the upside for George Kittle. There's 100 yards and a touchdown any given week on the board for George Kittle. One of the more productive tight ends in football. Ray, just 1 catch, 23 yards on his lone target last time, 3 routes run, just a little bit of a deep threat, a little bit of kick return viability for Ray. Ronnie Bell, no targets, no catches in each of the last 2 games. Ross Dwelly and Charlie Warner, I don't think we're worried about. So I think that brings us to the end of the depth chart there for the Niners. And I think that was the end of everybody that we got to talk about here. No, actually, your name, Greg, was calling Trey McBride. Terry. That makes sense. That definitely makes sense why they would, how that came up. I do that myself. So I think that's about it, gang. Only 4 hours and 8 minutes. Could have watched 2 movies while we were talking about that. Just before the show started up, I noticed Django was on TV. I didn't change the channel, so not that I don't have 4 different ways I could watch Django, but just because it's right there, it was on. I might go back and put Django on. Other than that, gang, you guys absolutely rock. Hanging out all this time. People who have been here the whole time, jumping in and chatting. The people who are just popping in. The people who are going to be listening to us overnight and tomorrow. I hope everybody crushes. I hope everybody makes a profit. Travis Duarte, that's a good question to round out the show. It's something we don't talk about all that much. And as I've said on these shows in weeks past, I do tend to look at defense as just kind of a value spot. This probably isn't the best way to look at this. Here we go. And these rankings are up on the website right now. So who do we like? Let's see. I do tend to, again, treat it just like a pure value spot where it's just what can I afford. Sometimes I'll put it in first and just grab like a pure $3,000 Washington Commanders. Not that we're playing them against Miami here, obviously. But like I'll just grab a defense, see what I can build around it, and then if I've got a couple $100 left, I'll upgrade it to a little bit better of a defense. But most weeks there's even bad team against, if you're looking for bad defense against bad team, I think you can pick off value at defense. For that, I talked about them earlier in the show. I think Arizona's a little bit interesting going up against Pittsburgh. They're not a good defense. But all they need to do for the money is score me 7 points, 10 points, whatever. I think, let me see, I can tell you exactly. I think they put up 10 2 weeks ago. On the FanDuel scale anyway. Oops. So is the second cheapest defense, 3,100 on FanDuel. Yeah, they put up a -2 last week against the Rams. Give up 37 points, no sacks, 1 interception. Week before that, against Houston, a very good team. Allowed 21 points, but picked up 4 sacks, 3 interceptions, put up a 10. Defense is crazy variable. Back in week October 22nd, whatever week that was, allowed 20 points to Seattle, but 2 sacks, an interception, 2 fumble recoveries, put up 9. Give me a couple of points out of a cheapo defense, and I'm good. Back in week 1 against Washington, they had a 19-point game because they scored a defensive touchdown. Now, you can get to more secure defenses than that, of course. Tampa Bay against Carolina looks pretty phenomenal. Carolina's offense is terrible, and that Tampa Bay defense is pretty decent. They rank as number 1 by points on both sites, number 6 by points per dollar. On DraftKings, that $3,600 price is pretty good for Tampa's D, so that's kind of an easy answer to bring out there. The Falcons, who are a good defense, going up against the Jets, who are a terrible offense, I think that's a good option. The Jets, who are a decent defense, going up against the Falcons, who are a terrible offense. Both sides of that one. That game could end up 6-3. It's probably not gonna, but that game could be very low scoring. There could be potential for turnovers. There could be havoc in that game. This one maybe needs a look. I don't know that San Fran should rank that highly against Philly. Although, is that right? They're only 3,000 on DraftKings? That's not completely uninteresting. You can play a defense against a good team. A couple of turnovers, couple of sacks, and we don't care that Philly scores. For 3,000, San Francisco's defense is not the craziest option in the world. They probably shouldn't be this highly ranked in terms of the points. I'll take a look at it. But I hadn't noticed that low price on DraftKings. That's kind of interesting. And then the Rams against Joe Flacco in Cleveland, also kind of interesting. 3,700 ranks as defense, 4 defense, 1 by points per dollar on FanDuel, 412 on DraftKings at 37. I do like the Saints defense, but I don't like them against Detroit necessarily. It ranks out all right. They're definitely cheap. Mom is taking the Pats for obvious reasons. Patty the Friarmouth didn't make the optimal in the Josh Allen stack, so I got screwed with that lineup. Oh, man. Need that top play of the day. Let's make it 7 in a row at the top play. All right. Oh, Travis was looking at Tampa Bay. All right. Cool. Presumably, we're not talking about Tua Tagovailoa and Tyreek Hill in that top play conversation, eh, Mamba? I would imagine. Ah, man. Who did I talk about that really stood out? I wish you had asked me 15 minutes ago. We'll find a good one. I tell you what, I don't hate the idea of grabbing something different from that New England game than Zach Moss. If you're not using that as your stack, or if you're not using Moss in that lineup, which I suspect you probably are, which makes sense. Again, top value play with a bullet on the entire slate. But with all the talking we did about the reasons to not totally be in love with that play from a football perspective, maybe you go to that and grab yourself a Michael Pittman for a fair price and a decent projection. I don't know that that's the play of the top play of the day by any means, but it's kind of interesting and it's contrarian enough in that it's a different approach to that entire team. You could easily answer that question with Jalen Waddle. I'm sure he'll be popular, but he's not going to be Tyreek Hill popular. And he's definitely a good points per dollar play there. Nothing from that one. Can I give you Rachaad White as that answer? I know he's popular. I know he's been popular a lot of weeks, but I really like the Rachaad White volume. I like the talent. I like the volume. I like the matchup. I don't hate that. From a more Starsy kind of a perch, maybe some Derrick Henry, who we talked about too. I think I'll leave you with that answer. Hopefully somewhere in there you can suss out. It's not like as firm as like last week. I think I was, really more firm on the Friarmouth one, but your humility is golden, but seriously, someone should have won a milli with your plays already. Hey, we got our pal XX Cubs fan Dennis up to probably about $250,000 last week, so I feel pretty good about that one. It was Ramondre versus White. Your last man in was Ramondre versus White? I'll take White on that one. I do like Ramondre this week, like we talked about, but I'll take White over him on that one. With that, you guys, I think 1220. Longest one of the year, 417. Not sure if I think that's pretty close. Anyway, this was an absolute blast. I love doing this. It's a lot of fun. It's more fun to do it this way for whatever reason for me than doing like 4 football shows during the week like a sane person might. But it also just really helps me, focus in and get this loaded up. So looking forward to putting everything together overnight tonight. We're going to look through all these guys. I really do write these down. I don't just say it. Going to go through all those individuals. We're going to go through every individual again, make sure we've got them all where we need them. All the projections will be updated. The groups and stacks article will be updated. Any new information, all the different, if you're not reading that Sunday mornings, by the way, if you look at it first, when it first goes up, the Sunday update that I put up, I do full game notes for every game. So I'll give you a little bit of my thoughts, kind of like what we talk about. It's like a much more condensed version of watching this show. So I do punch those up in the morning and overnight. And I'll update all the groups and the stacks and everything. And then the above below article, like I said, last few weeks, that's been murdering. So make sure you're checking that out. That'll be up tomorrow by quote unquote by 8 a.m. If it's not up at 8, it'll be up by 8:30. But I'll try and get it up sooner than that. And otherwise, guys, good luck out there. I'll be hanging around Discord all night. Hit me up with any questions, anything that comes to mind. Good luck out there tomorrow. Somebody go win something. I'll see you on Monday for shows. No shows tomorrow. We'll have Sunday night football projections will be up. Basketball projections will be up. No shows tomorrow. See you Monday. Good luck. Go win something. Adios.